Chapter 562. The first round of the Tao of Painting Showdown was the scene that the sages didn't want to see the most. They didn't want Gu Hai to win a recommendation talisman, but Gu Hai won a grand slam. Even though the sages were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. What was done, and there was no turning back. All they could do was beg the other sages not to recommend Gu Hai. The other sages were furious with Gu Hai, especially the Go Dao sage. Their initial displeasure gradually turned into disgust. Their initial displeasure was because Gu Hai didn't respect the sages and insulted them. Although they weren't the ones who were insulted, they couldn't allow him to continue his evil ways. They didn't want Gu Hai to win, but Gu Hai seemed to have been slapped in the face every time. He won one game after another. Finally, it was time for the final battle. The Go Dao sages watched coldly as Gu Hai and Wu Yazi took their seats. Wu Yazi smiled and said, "Mr. Good, please." "Mr. Wu Yazi, please." Gu Hai nodded. "Pa. Pa. Pa." The two of them began to play their chess pieces. "Oh. You're also playing the starting position of the 30 lines of heaven and earth?" Gu Hai frowned. Solemnly, Wu Yazi said, "Mr. Good is a Go Dao expert, so I won't hide anything from Mr. Good. Back then, I inherited old man Guanqi's legacy, and I've been studying it for a long time. I hope Mr. Good won't be stingy with your guidance." "One of Guanqi's 9 sons." Gu Hai raised an eyebrow and glanced at the host, the 9th young master. The 9th young master seemed to have known all along, and his expression was indifferent. All around them, the cultivators of the way of chess widened their eyes in disbelief. One of Guanqi's 9 sons. That elixir king from before was an impostor. Wu Yazi was one of Guanqi's 9 sons. "Mr. Wu Yazi, please do your best." Gu Hai smiled faintly. "There is no time limit for this round. Both of you can do whatever you want." The 9th young master said. Smack. 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 The two of them began to place their pieces. Wu Yazi was one of Guanqi's 9 sons. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread out in an instant. Everyone who heard him straightened up. Those who didn't know Old Man Guanqi were fine, but those who knew Old Man Guanqi were shocked. 800 years ago, Old Man Guanqi played a game of Battle of the Heavens and turned the world upside down. The heavens sent down a monstrous punishment to destroy Old Man Guanqi. Not far away, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Oh. Are you also one of the 9 sons of Guanqi? It's been 800 years, and the 9 sons of Guanqi keep appearing. Is something big going to happen?" Kong Di raised his eyebrows. "The 9 sons of Guanqi? Wu Yazi, you're hiding it from me. Why are you telling the truth to Gu Hai?" Yi Hua and Xuanen's expressions changed. The 500 million people began to discuss among themselves. Old Man Guanqi. The world's #1 chess master. In the past, no one in the world was his match. He even challenged the heavens to a match. What do you know? Old Man Guanqi wants to become an immortal by challenging the heavens. Old Man Guanqi is dead, so he divided his inheritance into 9 parts. 9 successors of Guanqi will appear. Wu Yazi is one of the 9 sons of Guanqi. His chess skills must be incomparably strong. How is that possible? Didn't he lose to Gu Hai last time? Wu Yazi didn't go all out last time. He was already halfway there. This time, he'll definitely go all out. Mr. Good has met his match. Wu Yazi's title as one of the 9 sons of Guanqi caused an uproar. The future Buddha, Tai Chu, and Tai Sheng all had gloomy expressions on their faces. In the sky, the sages also heard Wu Yazi's voice. Old Man Guanqi's disciple. Wasn't Old Man Guanqi destroyed by the heavens? That's Old Man Guanqi's inheritance. Do you still remember the battle between Old Man Guanqi 1,000 years ago? Ha, that fierce Guanqi. When it comes to the art of chess, I've never been impressed by anyone, but when it comes to observing chess, I'm impressed. The sages looked at Wu Yazi solemnly. Wu Yazi and Gu Hai continued with their chess pieces. As they played, Gu Hai glanced at Wu Yazi. Indeed, Wu Yazi's chess skills were much stronger than Dan Wang's. Wu Yazi's use of the 30 lines of heaven and earth had already reached perfection. In fact, Gu Hai could tell that Wu Yazi's chess skills were even stronger than Mo Yike's. Mo Yike's strongest skill was in politics. Chess came second. Wu Yazi focused on chess, and his style was even more ferocious. Wu Yazi smiled and said, "Mr. Gu, don't you think that the Tao of chess is also a literary art? Why is it that it is restricted to a small chessboard? Only by expending countless spirit stones to arrange a Go array can one achieve world-shaking effects like the Tao of zither, calligraphy, and painting." Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. That wasn't the case 800 years ago. 800 years ago, when the art of chess emerged, who could contend against it? Take my move for example. With one move, I could gather an army of thousands of men and horses. I could kill with a single finger. Wu Yazi said solemnly. Pa! Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. With Gu Hai's chess skills, he could naturally see the power behind that move. However, did Wu Yazi just say that he could gather an army of thousands of men and horses? Mr. Wu Yazi, what do you mean? I don't understand. Gu Hai said. Do you still remember the innate puzzle world, Mr. Good? Wu Yazi smiled. Gu Hai said solemnly, of course. There, as long as you obtain a golden chess piece, you can manipulate the laws of heaven and earth and form your own cloud beast to defend against your enemies. I remember that the 9th young master once told me that Mr. Good was able to gather an army of thousands of men and horses with a single move. Wu Yazi smiled. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai seemed to have guessed something when Wu Yazi said that. The art of chess isn't the weakest of the 4 arts. On the contrary, the art of chess has the greatest offensive power. Mr. Good, have you ever thought that the Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Dugu Qiubai that you formed wouldn't need to rely on the arrays you created with spirit stones to move freely in the world? Wu Yazi smiled. Mr. Wu Yazi, what do you mean by that? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Mr. Good should have guessed that the innate puzzle world's chess rules weren't set up by old man Guanxi, Wu Yazi said with a shake of his head. It has always been this way. When one's chess skills reach a certain level, they can gather peerless experts to protect themselves. They can also gather an army of thousands of men and horses to kill your enemies. Wu Yazi shook his head. The Tao of literature shouldn't be a plaything. Divine literature spirits should be equally matched. Ha, Mr. Wu Yazi, what you're saying is indeed fantastical. Unfortunately, I've looked through countless books and records, but I've never heard of such a thing. How can you gather peerless experts without the use of spirit stones? Gu Hai said solemnly. Isn't it possible with the heavenly Go chess? Wu Yazi smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The heavenly Go chess could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to set up the 30 unhindered worlds array. The life-entrapping blade that he'd gathered from the fragments was one such example. It consumed very little spirit stones. It used to be possible, but it's a pity that it's no longer possible. That's because of old man Guanxi, ha. Wu Yazi looked at the sky. Old man Guanxi. Are you saying that old man Guanxi used chess to challenge the heavens and incited the wrath of the heavens to destroy old man Guanxi? At the same time, the heavens also took away the chess rules of heaven and earth? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mr. Good is a wise man. Ha, took away the chess rules of heaven and earth? That was 800 years ago. Then why aren't there any records of it? Gu Hai shook his head in disbelief. Because of the heavens. Wu Yazi said solemnly. Oh. The heavens took away the chess rules. At the same time, they also took away all written records related to the chess rules. They also took away almost everyone's memories of the chess rules. Wu Yazi explained. Buzz. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. The expressions of the countless chess cultivators around them changed. Has Wu Yazi gone mad? Did the heavens take away all memories related to the chess rules? Only a few people narrowed their eyes. In the distance, Qing Emperor and Kong Di frowned. Wu Yazi actually managed to preserve those memories. The future Buddha was shocked. It must have been left behind by old man Guanqi. Taishang said with a gloomy expression. Guanqi's 9 sons, are you going to be restless? Tai Chu sneered. His Holiness, Wu Yazi's tone is a little unpredictable. Is he trying to expose the heavens' shortcomings? He's not old man Guanqi. Does he have the guts to do that? Bai Mingshou sneered. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty gently tapped his dragon throne with his finger. He narrowed his eyes. Old man Guanqi. Ha, you're really far-sighted. Are you planning to make another move after one failed? Countless people around the square looked at Wu Yazi with disdain. They didn't believe him. Only a few people looked at him curiously. Gu Hai stared at Wu Yazi. Mr. Wu Yazi, why are you telling me all this? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Wu Yazi took a deep breath and said, the art of chess is a literary practice that requires opponents. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the practitioner. Mr. Gu, I hope you won't disappoint me. Wu Yazi said solemnly. Huh? Gu Hai looked up. Something's wrong. Wu Yazi's tone isn't like that. What? Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi with a solemn expression. However, Wu Yazi lowered his head and didn't say anything. Pa! Suddenly, Wu Yazi's piece broke away from the group of Go pieces and landed on a bare area. Tian Yuan. Everyone's expressions changed. Why did Wu Yazi place it there? He's already played so many pieces. Is he trying to change his style? He's courting death. What is Wu Yazi doing? Countless people were shocked. In the distance, the Lotus Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and the brush in his hand suddenly snapped with a crack. Impossible. Isn't that Wu Yazi? Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. Emperor Kong also raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of astonishment. Ninth young master's expression changed as well, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. It's not the 30 lines of heaven and earth chess, but the 31 lines of chess. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Something's not right. His Holiness, why is Wu Yazi different? Bai Mingshou whispered in surprise as he looked at Dai Qiansheng. For the first time, Dai Qiansheng's eyes flashed with surprise. You're not dead? Old man. Dai Qiansheng narrowed his eyes. His voice was low. No one could hear him clearly. Chapter 563. Wu Yazi's style suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai saw the growth of Wu Yazi's chess skills at a frightening speed. Smack! 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 As Gu Hai and Wu Yazi continued to place down their chess pieces, their chess power caused the intent of the game to soar. Wu Yazi had used the 19-line chessboard to play the 31-line chess game. In the blink of an eye, his chess skills had soared to the 31-line chess game. Outsiders might not have understood, but the 9th young master seemed to have sensed it. It's really you. The 9th young master's eyes flashed with panic. How many people in this world could make the 9th young master panic? The dead old man Guanqi was one of them. Not far away, the Qing Emperor and Confucius Emperor threw down their brushes and stared at Wu Yazi in shock. Dongfang's Tai Chu sat up straight and looked at Wu Yazi with an uncertain expression. No, it can't be you. You died 800 years ago. In the south, Taishang's face sank. Old man Guanqi. Is that you? That's impossible. No one can escape when the heavens want to exterminate them. In the west, the future Buddha put his palms together. The bodhisattvas behind him looked confused. They wanted to say something, but the future Buddha interrupted them. Shut up. Yes. The bodhisattvas were at a loss. Wu Yazi lowered his head and whispered, Mr. Good, you're so good. Sir, you're so good too. Gu Hai's eyes turned serious. Others might not be able to sense it, but Gu Hai could. Wu Yazi's moves were more and more powerful than the previous one. This was the most powerful opponent Gu Hai had faced so far in this match. Wu Yazi was the most powerful opponent Gu Hai had ever faced. Chess cultivators were happiest when they met their match. Gu Hai slowly immersed himself in the game and placed his chess pieces carefully. In the past, no one had the qualifications to make him go all out. Now, Wu Yazi could. Gu Hai was prepared for battle. This game of chess was constantly changing and becoming more and more complicated. To ordinary people, this game of chess was just a game of chess pieces. The only change was that their eyes could not bear it. It's just a small chessboard. Why do I feel dizzy? I don't know how to play chess. Me too. My eyes are a little blurry. I can't see how the chess pieces are arranged. Look at that group of chess players. Why are their faces all red? While the common folk were still in shock, they saw that the chess cultivators surrounding Gu Hai all blushed because they knew how to play chess. The more one understood Go, the deeper one would sink. Looking at Gu Hai and Wu Yazi's game made it seem like they were looking at a magnificent army. The Pill King's eyes were wide open, and he was sweating profusely. It was as if he saw a huge army charging towards him. Ah, don't! Dan King suddenly screamed in panic. Pft! 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 In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so chess cultivators around him were exhausted. They were holding their breaths, but when they heard the Pill King scream, they suddenly spat out blood. They fell to the ground. The person who had spat out the blood woke up. Don't look. Everyone, don't look. There's something wrong with this game. The chess cultivator who woke up cried out. What's going on? Am I seeing a magnificent army? I see a sky full of divine dragons charging at me. I see 1,000 snakes biting the heart. I can't look. I'm so dizzy. The chess cultivators were all in shock. Gu Hai and Wu Yazi had already placed their pieces and were immersed in the game. Peak warriors were fighting hand to hand. Peak chess cultivators were fighting hand to hand. The two of them went back and forth, as if they were fighting to the end. High up in the sky, the 500 chess sages were also staring at the game. When they saw the game, the 500 chess sages' anger disappeared, and was replaced by shock. That game? It's old man Guanqi's game. Wu Yazi. He's old man Guanqi's successor. It's the same game as back then. What an amazing game. The 500 chess sages looked at the game below in shock. It was obvious that old man Guanqi had left an incomparably deep impression on the sages. Even after 1,000 years, no one had forgotten that memory. In fact, it had only become more and more vivid. The sages were the only ones who could keep up with Gu Hai's game. After a round of exclamations, they all held their breaths and looked at the game. Old man Guanqi had been able to enter the sacred temple of Wendao back then. Not only had he gained the recognition of the chess sages, but he had also likely suppressed them. The best chess master in the world was not only from 800 years ago, but also from ancient times. Now, Gu Hai's moves were so close that the chess sages seemed to have forgotten everything for a moment. Gu Hai and Wu Yazi's moves affected everyone's hearts. However, at that moment, a figure ran over. It was Gao Chen who ran over anxiously. Master, this is bad. The people in the Guqin battle area have finished composing their songs. They are going to attack you. Master, what should we do now? In the Guqin battle area, the sages had composed songs using the word villain to slander Gu Hai. At that moment, all the music masters had finished composing their songs. Music masters from all over the world were ready to go at that moment. Ding! All of a sudden, the sound of a Guqin was heard. Xuanan. The faces of countless cultivators around immediately darkened. Is he trying to take advantage of the situation again? He's messing with Mr. Good, and then sneaking up on Mr. Good with Guqin while Mr. Good was preoccupied. Shameless villain. Mu Qinfeng glared from afar. Xuanan. Bingheim's expression was cold. The people around looked even more annoyed. The chess sages were focused on Gu Hai's game, but the music sages were not. That was especially so for the music sages who had been cheering the most. The sound of the Guqin is long and sinister. It's a song to describe villains. Let me hear it. What do you think of the song? If it's good, we don't mind recommending it to you, the music sages said with a smile. Thank you, sages. My song is called Demons and Monsters. 4 little ghosts accompany the villain and fight with the villain. Xuanan said with a smile. As he spoke, his hands quickly plucked the strings. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of the Guqin was very melodious. It went straight for Gu Hai, but there were no illusions. However, the void in front of Xuanan seemed to tremble. Roar! 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 For loud roars came from the trembling void. Look, the void is moving. It's trembling. Ah, a monster is crawling out of it. What an ugly monster. It's 10 feet tall. What a tall monster. Not 1, but 4. What kind of monster is this? 4 hands, so ugly, so disgusting. What a powerful aura. This aura should be the strength of the Central Celestial Palace, right? The powerhouse who played the Central Celestial Palace with the Guqin. Shocked expressions could be heard from all around. 4 monsters slowly crawled out of the void and roared into the sky. Immediately, the painting method contestants nearby were so scared that they stumbled and retreated to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble, turning the Guqin into monsters. Xuanan's Guqin skills are so good. Takashi Ryushin said in shock. His Holiness, Xuanan used the Guqin to turn the monsters into demons and monsters. This is to deal with Gu Hai. Gu Hai is now playing chess. Can he handle it? Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Daiqiansheng did not say anything. Bai Mingshou, who was beside him, shook his head and said, if the person playing chess with Gu Hai is him, then there is no need to worry. Oh. The officials were stunned. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Which song should I play? Gaochen looked anxious. That was the peerless powerhouse of the Central Celestial Palace. Which song could he use? Not far away, Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Prepare the sky-piercing cannon. They could only use the sky-piercing cannon to deal with the Central Celestial Palace. No. Mo Yike immediately stopped her. But what should we do with the 4 monsters? During the competition, outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Don't disturb His Majesty. His Majesty will tell us when he wants the sky-piercing cannon. Mo Yike shook his head. But Mu Qinfeng looked anxious. Master, Master. As the demons kept attacking, Gaochen became more and more anxious. Xuanan, who was opposite him, sneered and played faster and faster. The Guqin sages also watched coldly. It looked like the 4 evil spirits were about to reach Gu Hai. Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Before he could say anything, Wu Yazi smiled and said, Mr. Good, do you remember what I told you? Huh? Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Wu Yazi smiled. 30 games. You can form the central celestial palaces Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang without losing, right? That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Then what about 31? Wu Yazi smiled. Oh. 31. Gu Hai slightly furrowed his brows. Gu Hai hadn't been able to do it because the conditions didn't allow for it. Wu Yazi smiled. 31. You can form the central celestial palace. As he spoke, Wu Yazi gently placed a white stone on the board. Pa! When the chess piece was placed down, a white fog suddenly appeared from the chessboard. The moment the fog appeared, it immediately condensed into a white-clothed figure. A strong cold chi spread out from the white-clothed figure. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through the central plaza, and snow began to fall from the sky. Wu Yazi's Go energy had condensed into a person. Great Emperor Shiyu. Mo Yike, who was in the distance, almost cried out in surprise. Whoosh! Everyone who had seen Shiyu the Great was in an uproar. Countless people were stunned by the scene of snow fluttering in the air and the figure in white robes. Shiyu the Great had condensed the central celestial palace using Go energy. It really is him. Daiqiansheng narrowed his eyes. Xuanan, who had condensed the 4 evil spirits with his zither Dao, was also stunned. However, all they saw was Great Emperor Shiyu, who was formed by Wu Yazi's Go power, coldly looking at the demons and monsters before pointing a finger. Boom! One of the 30-foot-tall evil spirits exploded with a single finger. Is that really Shiyu the Great? Didn't you say that the laws of Go no longer exist in this world? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Wu Yazi smiled. That's for others. I'm different from others. Mr. Good, continue. While Wu Yazi was speaking, Emperor Shiyu slashed out with a karate chop at the 3 evil spirits. Boom! 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 As for the other 3 powerful evil spirits, they exploded with a loud bang. The explosion of the 4 evil spirits created a storm that spread out in all directions. The future Buddha, Taishang, and Taichu's expressions changed. Chapter 564. Wu Yazi used the power of chess to form Shiyu the Great. It instantly destroyed the demons and monsters, and the backlash rushed toward Xuanan. Pfft! Xuanan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Shiyu the Great in shock. Xuanan wasn't the only one. The other cultivators' expressions changed as well. Was this a battle between chess and zither? The zither had formed the demons and monsters' Dharma idol, while the chess had formed the Shiyu the Great Dharma idol. Were they fighting each other? It was obvious that the chess was superior. The crowd was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the faces of the peerless powerhouses sank. They knew that the zither hadn't lost to the chess, but the zither player had lost to the chess player. Wu Yazi was most likely facing Old Man Guanqi. Old Man Guanqi. You're just an elder of the Taishang sect. You want to fight him? Xuanan clutched his chest. Wu Yazi urged Gu Hai to play his piece. Gu Hai turned to look at Shiyu the Great, who was surrounded by snow. A chessboard? Was it enough to form such a peerless powerhouse? The faces of the sages in the sky darkened. 1,000 years ago, Old Man Guanqi was like this. Back then, Old Man Guanqi used chess to form the Tao of Chess Dharma idol to deal with a zither expert. He was like this 1,000 years ago. Is he still like this now? The sages in the sky were depressed. After all, they were dealing with Gu Hai. Why was Wu Yazi interfering? Continue, all of you continue to play, everyone play. The zither saint shouted. Yes. Countless zither players in the zither battle area played their instruments. 7 kills glanced at Qing Emperor. The Lotus Emperor was glaring at Wu Yazi. After the initial shock, he chuckled. Monarch? 7 kills sent a voice transmission. Play it. How does my song compare to Shiyu the Great? Qing Emperor said calmly. Yes. 7 kills replied. Cling, 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 cling. Following the saint's command, the zither masters began to play their tunes one after another. For a moment, dark clouds covered the entire central square. Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, it seemed as if billions of demons were about to rush out from the dark clouds. Roar! Suddenly, giant black snakes rushed out from the dark clouds, opening their bloody mouths and charging towards Gu Hai. Humph! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the black snakes in the sky exploded. As the music played, ferocious evil spirits crawled out from the ground and pounced on Gu Hai. All the filthy things showed how sinister the villains were. The music was gloomy, and there were thousands of demons. For a moment, the central square was filled with countless demons. They only had one goal, to tear apart Gu Hai. The heavenly sages were looking forward to it. Ridiculous! Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A raging blizzard rushed out, freezing all the wraiths and demons into ice sculptures. The power of Heavenly Palace was invincible. I didn't know the art of chess was so powerful. That's because the player is powerful. What's the use of playing chess? Look, what's that person playing? While the people were discussing, 7 kills began to play one of Qing Emperor's songs. Cling, cling, cling. As soon as the song was played, the sound seemed to suppress all the other music. Oh! The heavenly sages looked over. However, they saw a rolling green aura suddenly appear in front of 7 kills. The green aura slowly formed a vortex. The vortex emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as the aura appeared, it seemed to want to swallow all the living beings around it. Some of the zither demons retreated. This song is very strange, a sage said with a frown. A song of the past life, another sage said in shock. Song of the past life? Countless cultivators' expressions changed. Amateus Buddha, the song of the past life? A song that sends people into reincarnation? Is this a song of the past life created by Qing Emperor? The future Buddha said with a frown. What's the song of the past life? Mu Chenfeng saw something amiss from the shocked looks of the powerhouses around. The song of the past life, the mantra of the past life, and the song of the past life. It's said that this kind of sound shouldn't appear in this world. It's the sound of reincarnation and can lead one's soul to reincarnation. Rumor has it that the song of the past life can lead one's soul to reincarnation. The powerful song of the past life can even lead to reincarnation. Mo Yike's expression changed. The Greenwood song of the past life. Please enlighten me. 7 kills shouted coldly. The Greenwood song of the past life continued playing. The soul-sucking aura suddenly surged towards Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great instantly stood in front of Gu Hai, blocking him. Then, he extended his hand, wanting to send a palm strike towards that green vortex. Buzz! However, the suction force was too strange. Shiyu the Great's power seemed to have lost its effect. The suction force pulled Xiao Chen to the entrance and was about to suck him in. Not good. Shiyu the Great is just a Go Dao dermic idol, a Xingyi body. The song of the past life has the greatest effect on this. Bai Mingshou, who was in the distance, said. Rumble. Shiyu the Great struggled, but that green vortex continued to suck him in. It seemed like it was going to swallow him up. Qing Emperor, the zither test this time is villain, not reincarnation. You have deviated from the topic. Stop immediately. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Ding Ding shouted with a sullen expression. Ding Ding was the host of the zither test. He had to stand up now. Is that so? In that case, why don't you ask the judges if I deviated from the topic? Qing Emperor retorted indifferently. Now that Shiyu the Great was trapped, it was clear that the Greenwood song of the past life was more powerful. All the sages wanted to embarrass Gu Hai. How could they refute Qing Emperor? Ding ding, we are the judges. It is not up to you to decide if you deviated from the topic. The Greenwood's song of the past life is very good. How is it deviating from the topic? The zither sage shouted coldly. Ding ding's expression sank. Continue. Ha ha ha. What a great Greenwood song of the past life. Where are the others? Have you all lost your minds? Continue. Don't stop, the zither sage shouted again. Now, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu was already pinned down. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Ding. 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 All the zither participants started playing again. Schwanen, who had been injured earlier, started playing again. Ding. 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 Gu Hai. Ha ha ha. Let's see what you can do now. Schwanen, Qi Sha, and the others had ferocious looks on their faces. Mr. Good, let's play chess in peace. I'll just make another move on the noisy zither test. Wu Yazi said with a faint smile. While they were talking. Clap. When the Go piece was placed, a large silver fog suddenly surged out from the Go board. The fog once again coalesced into a Go Dao Dermic idol. Who is it this time? Can they stop the thousands of zither Dharma idols? Countless people were curious. The Go Dharma idol became clearer as the people were worried. Gu Hai turned his head and saw an unfamiliar old man. He was wearing a long silver robe, and even his eyebrows were silver. He had a calm expression and an extraordinary presence. The old man held a zither in his hands. He looked up at the rolling dark clouds in the sky and sighed. Who is he? I don't know him. Who knows who he is? Is he more powerful than Shiyu the Great? Countless people were curious. They obviously didn't know who he was. Even the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty looked curious. Only Gaochen and Ding Ding's expressions changed abruptly. Thud. Gaochen immediately knelt down and said in shock, Mister, you're alive? Gaochen's exclamation surprised Gu Hai. Nearby, Ding Ding also wanted to kneel. However, he stopped himself. Even so, his eyelids twitched. Mr. Silvermoon? Ding Ding exclaimed in shock. Mr. Silvermoon was the founder of Silvermoon Mountain Villa. He created Gaochen, Pejuan, Ding Ding, and Lu Ji. To think that Wu Yazi used his Go energy to condense such a Dharma idol. Mr. Silvermoon? How can this be? How did Wu Yazi condense such an old monster with his Go energy? 7 Kill's expression changed. Then, he saw Mr. Silvermoon reach out and play his zither. As the evil spirits approached, Mr. Silvermoon gently waved his hand. Ding! 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 Boom! A saber shaped like a billion silver moons shot out, instantly shattering the evil spirits and the surrounding ghosts. Humph! So what if you are Mr. Silvermoon? This is no longer your era. 7 Kills glared at him. He played his zither, and the green vortex suddenly sucked Shiyu the Great into it. Then, the vortex charged at Mr. Silvermoon. Ding! 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 Mr. Silvermoon played a tune. Strangely, a green vortex appeared in front of Mr. Silvermoon. My Greenwood farewell song. Qing Emperor's expression darkened. Mr. Silvermoon had copied the song in the blink of an eye and modified it, making it even more powerful. Qing Emperor's expression turned gloomy. 7 Kills expression changed. That's impossible. You are just a zither Dharma idol. Mr. Silvermoon ignored him and continued playing his zither. The effect of the farewell song grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it surged toward all the zither contestants. Oh no! Oh no! Schwanen cried out, his expression changing. In an instant, all the zither contestants couldn't move. It was as if their souls were being taken away. It was obvious that all the zither contestants were going to lose this battle. Humph. In the sky, the zither saint snorted. As she snorted, her body flashed, and a ray of white light shot toward a zither master. Hum. The zither master's playing suddenly became more than 10 times more powerful. A giant ghost rushed to the vortex. Boom. Mr. Silvermoon's rebirth vortex exploded with a loud boom. Saint, what are you doing in a contestant's body? Are you trying to help him compete? Are you trying to cheat? Ding Ding shouted angrily. The zither saint's body was still in the air, but her mind had entered the zither master's body. She turned her head and said, I am trying to test this zither master's ability. The rules of the competition allow it. Ding Ding's expression darkened. Ha ha ha, that's right. I can't hear the zither master clearly sometimes, but I can use my mind to feel the feelings in his music. I can. Me too. Me too. The 500 zither saints suddenly sent their minds into the zither master's body. They were using the excuse of testing the zither master to deal with Mr. Silvermoon and Gu Hai. In an instant, the atmosphere of the competition changed. The judges had also entered the arena and were about to cheat. Mr. Silvermoon versus the 500 saints. Chapter 565. The 500 zither sages immediately channeled their thoughts into the participating zither masters. All of a sudden, the zither masters began to emit white light. Schwanen was about to resist, but the saint said, the way of the Guqin is not like you. You created demons and monsters, but you don't know how to play it. Let me teach you how to play demons and monsters. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. It surpassed what Schwanen had played. Oh! This lost technique? Schwanen's eyes lit up. He didn't reject it anymore. When the saints sent their thoughts into the body, they didn't take over the consciousness. They were sharing a body. Listen up, saints, Ding Ding said. I've memorized everyone's performance. I don't care if you possess the body and judge it, but you can't change the song. This is a rule set by the heavens. If you change the song, I'll strip you of your right to judge. Humph. The saints snorted. None of the musicians objected to the saints' thoughts entering their bodies. This was because they could empathize with the saints when they played. They could learn the saints' techniques. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ding, 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 ding. The sage instantly played the contestants' song. It was still the original song, but in the blink of an eye, the effect was different. Roar! 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 The evil spirits appeared once again. This time, billowing black qi emanated from the 4 evil spirits. Previously, when Xianen played the Guqin, he only managed to reach the middle celestial palace. Now, he barely managed to reach the upper celestial palace. That aura immediately shook the entire central square. Activate the array. Ram Saint shouted. Buzz! The central square was suddenly enveloped in a huge barrier to protect the people around it from harm. This group of saints is too shameless. I was so full of admiration for them before. They're willing to possess the body to deal with Mr. Good? How shameless. What's going to happen to Mr. Good? And that Mr. Wu Yazi is in trouble. This is a real saint. In the past, every one of them was a famous chess saint. The people were anxious. Daiqiansheng didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Wu Yazi. In the south. Giant, the saint is personally making a move. Gu Hai won't be able to block it this time, right? A disciple of the Taishang sect laughed. Taishang shook his head. No, If Wu Yazi is really possessed by that person, then these 500 sages won't be able to do anything to him. Dongfang. Why? This is the Zither saint of the past. A six-winged angel looked at Absolute Beginning in shock. Yes, they are Guqin saints. Perhaps they were no weaker than Mr. Silvermoon when they were alive, but they are only heavenly souls now. Furthermore, their wills are attached to their bodies, so they can only play the music of the original Guqin masters. The original Guqin masters? It was created on the spot. Apart from a few songs that are not bad, what else can it be? Tai Chu shook his head. The West. Buddha, are you saying that Mr. Silvermoon can win? A bodhisattva asked blankly. The future Buddha shook his head. It's not that Mr. Silvermoon can win. It's Guan, it's Wu Yazi. A commotion broke out all around. The Guqin masters had already formed many dermas and were heading straight for Gu Hai. Mr. Silvermoon narrowed his eyes and reached out to play the Guqin. Cling, 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 cling. Suddenly, countless zither strings appeared around Mr. Silvermoon. Each string produced a sound. Thousands of Guqin strings rang out. Suddenly, silver dragons appeared in front of Mr. Silvermoon, charging straight for the savage beasts. Boom! 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 The savage beasts and the silver dragons collided in the air. As the demons and monsters rushed over, Mr. Silvermoon once again played 4 giant dragons to meet them. Boom! With the might of a single person, countless experts appeared and blocked the attacks of the sages. The sages naturally chose the strongest Guqin masters. The 7 kills was also chosen. Although the 7 kills was a heaven-class Guqin, it didn't reject the possession of the sages. After all, the sages had their own unique techniques. Buzz! In an instant, the Greenwood Rebirth song was played again. It was performed by a saint, and although its power was not as strong as 7 kills, 2 vortexes of rebirth strangely appeared. This is... 7 kills said in surprise. This is called the tremolo technique. This is a double tremolo technique. It can achieve double effects. It's a pity that your body isn't mine. Otherwise, I would be able to tremolo tremolo, tremolo tremolo. The possessed sage sighed softly. Double the effect? Ha, that's enough. He improved the Emperor's song and only made it a little stronger. But I have 2. Double the effect. I'm not any weaker than him. 7 kills laughed. The 2 rebirth vortexes headed straight for Mr. Silvermoon's rebirth vortex. Boom! Sure enough, 7 kills rebirth vortex was no longer inferior to Mr. Silvermoon's. In fact, it even seemed to be suppressing Mr. Silvermoon's rebirth vortex. Mr. Silvermoon's face darkened. The 2 sides were in a deadlock. Mr. Silvermoon seemed to have reached his limit. It's Mr. Silvermoon. Humph, he once presided over the Thousand Saints Conference. Do you still remember? A saint shouted. Yes, it's him. He's dead, but his heavenly soul didn't fly. Humph, he's also a person who doesn't respect the heavens. However, this is just a condensation of chess skills. It's far from the real Mr. Silvermoon. It's a pity that the song created by the possessed person is too simple. Otherwise, I could also play a peerless ferocious beast and destroy this Dharma form in one fell swoop. Humph. The saints scolded and continued to play the Guqin. After all, the song was too restrictive for the saints. No matter how good their playing skills were, they couldn't play with too much power. Mr. Silvermoon was facing so many experts alone. At this moment, he had reached his limit and seemed to be straining. Neither side gave in. Mr. Ding Ding, what kind of rule is a saint possessing a body? Gu Hai frowned. Ding Ding looked at Gu Hai, took a deep breath, and said, "This is the rule of the Thousand Saints Conference. The saints have one chance to possess a body. It's in the Guqin battle area. If they particularly appreciate a contestant's song, they can possess the body and feel it. They have 6 hours. During these 6 hours, they can't go anywhere. They can only possess that person. After 6 hours, their consciousness can return to their body. Oh. 6 hours? Their consciousness can only return to their body. What if the contestant gives up the competition? Gu Hai frowned. Give up the competition? Ha, they can't give up. When the consciousness of the saint enters their body, it carries the will of the heavens. The contestant's body can't leave the place. Ding Ding explained. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and looked carefully. Sure enough, the other Guqin contestants could still move around, but the 500 contestants possessed by the saints sat cross-legged on the ground and played the song. The will of the heavens can't move. Even the consciousness of the saints can't move. Mr. Good, you should focus on your game of chess. I'll just make one more move. Wu Yazi said calmly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and sneered. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ding Ding. However, there's no need for that this time. Oh. Gu Hai sneered. Gaochen, sing for the 500 saints. No, don't let anyone else hear you. Use telepathy. Only send it to them. Gaochen. The crowd was also confused. Sing. Gaochen was singing. Xuanan, Qi Sha, and the others were still confused. The faces of the bodhisattvas in the distance darkened. Sima Changkong, Takashi Ryushin, and the others' faces changed. Sing. The crowd was confused. That's right. Sing for these bastards. Chang Sheng's eyes lit up. Not long ago, he had suffered greatly from the Gaochen, so he cut off all ties with the Gaochen. Now that he saw the Gaochen harming others, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Master, won't it be too easy for them if I sing for them? Gaochen was confused. Why did Master always make him sing for the enemy? Cut the crap. Hurry up. Remember, don't let anyone else hear you. Use telepathy to send it to the saints. Gu Hai said. Oh, okay. Gaochen said helplessly. Mr. Silvermoon looked at Gaochen in confusion. He didn't know what he was going to do. The saint looked at Gaochen with disdain. Sing. Ridiculous. The saints possessed the 500 contestants. Naturally, they didn't believe that Gaochen could deal with them. If he could, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? As such, no one took the North Star Empire seriously. Only the Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. He was confused because the Qing Emperor would look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai wouldn't do something useless. I didn't want to sing, but Master forced me to. You guys are lucky. What should I sing? Forget it, I'll make up a song on the spot. I'll call it, The Blind Saint. Gaochen shouted. The Blind Saint? Qi Sha and Xuanan looked at him with disdain. Do you think you can influence the saints by scolding them? The saint's temperament isn't something you can fathom. The 500 million people stared at Gaochen. The Blind Saint? What song is that? The Gaochen began to sing. However, his mouth moved in a strange manner, and no sound could be heard. His voice was transmitted into the ears of the 500 sages through the secret telepathy technique. Bang! All of a sudden, a saint's zither broke, and he looked at the North Star with his bronze eyes. Not only that saint, but the other saint's eyes also popped out. Then, they saw Gaochen start his concert. What is he singing? A saint who was possessed shuddered. Shut up, you broken throat. Another saint glared at him and said angrily. Sound barrier. What's going on? The sound barrier doesn't work. Another saint said in surprise. This is a special sound barrier. Only the sound barrier he set up can block his voice. To block his voice, we have to find his audio clip. What's the audio clip of his song? I can't find it. I can't find it. Ah, stop singing. The saints screamed. The saint cried out in alarm, and his playing of the zither became chaotic. Suddenly, Mr. Silvermoon's group of beasts could finally take a breather. They even had the momentum to counterattack. Look, Mr. Good's heaven-grade Guqin is working. What is he singing? Why can't I hear it? He used telepathy. Of course, I can't hear it. I want to hear it too. What kind of song can block the Guqin attacks of the saints? The people looked envious. In the crowd, Mu Chenfeng's face twitched. Gaochen sang for the saints for 6 hours. Will the saints go crazy? Chapter 566. Look, Mr. Good's sky-class Guqin. I saw it in Tianmao City last time. I knew it then. It's super good. How do you know it's super good? Someone heard it. A little beggar was so excited that he danced. A mute bodhisattva was so touched that he could speak. While the crowd was envious, the 500 Guqin cultivators possessed by the sages turned purple. Those with bad tempers started cursing. But most of them held it in. Did you find the audio? No, we can't block out his voice. He's a sky-class Guqin. Is he a sky-class Guqin? The sages stared at Gaochen. The effect of their Guqin instantly weakened. Meanwhile, Mr. Silvermoon suddenly had the upper hand. Boom! 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 The 500 Guqin cultivators who were not possessed by the sages were immediately knocked back by Mr. Silvermoon. At this moment, the 500 sages were also having a hard time playing. How can this be? Sage, why is this sound so unpleasant? Xuanan said in shock. I don't know. The sage possessed by Xuanan was also very anxious and angry. I can't take it anymore. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to listen. Xuanan's expression changed drastically. You can't move. No one can move for 6 hours. The sage shook his head. Quick, someone come and move me out of here. Someone come quickly. Xuanan exclaimed. After all, there were other people from the Taishang sect participating in the competition. When Xuanan shouted, someone immediately came forward. Stop! Ding Ding shouted angrily. What are you doing? Xuanan stared at him. This is a Guqin duel. Everyone, stay in your positions. You are not allowed to disturb each other. Otherwise, it will be considered cheating and you will be eliminated immediately. If you don't obey my orders, you can be killed immediately, Ding Ding shouted. The people who were about to step forward suddenly froze. This was because Ding Ding represented Deqian. Here, you couldn't do whatever you wanted. If Ding Ding disqualified you, and you still insisted, then Deqian could kill you instantly. Then I'll give up the competition myself. Let me go. Xuanan exclaimed. Ding Ding sneered, whether you give up on the competition or not is up to you. Whether you leave or not is also up to you. However, no one can help you. This is the Thousand Sage Assembly's competition grounds. Without the permission of the 4 great hosts, no one is allowed to step in. Without the permission of the 4 great hosts, no one is allowed to touch your bodies. Xuanan's face stiffened. The expressions of the 500 possessed contestants changed. There was no way to escape at all. Isn't it just the sound of filth? Everyone, leave half of you to deal with Mr. Silvermoon. The rest, follow that scourge of my sound technique. The zither doctor suddenly shouted. Ding Ding sneered, Sage, don't forget what I said. You can only use the song of the possessor. Otherwise, I will deprive you of all your rights at any time. Humph. The zither doctor snorted. Half of you. You want to stop me? Mr. Silvermoon sneered. Boom. Suddenly, the playing became more and more ferocious. Silver dragons appeared one after another, and the sages were overwhelmed. Finally, it's finally over. 7 Kills, who was not far away, suddenly raised his eyelids and revealed a look of horror. Gauchen coughed twice. The song just now was not very good. How is it not very good? It was simply trying to kill us. The sages stared at Gauchen. Next, it's my best song. Sing, little radish, 10 times first, cough, cough. Gauchen suddenly sang with deep emotion. After Gauchen sang, the sages, who had thought that the blind sage was unpleasant, suddenly realized that the blind sage was very good. What a pleasant song. Why did they dislike it just now? Because Little Radish was more than 10 times as bad as the blind sage. Don't sing anymore, just sing The Blind Sage. That's right, sing The Blind Sage. I'm the blind sage. That's a good song. I want to listen to the song just now, no. The 500 contestants who had been possessed immediately broke down and shouted. Their expressions that looked like they were about to cry left countless onlookers at a loss. What's wrong with them? Is it that good? They're crying. What's so good about it? Weren't they scolding the North Star Empire? They were saying that their singing was too horrible. What do you know? That's because he's an opponent, so he has to slander him. Look at what they're shouting now. They're crying and shouting, and they still want to listen to The Blind Sage. The Blind Sage? Is it that good? I want to listen to it too. The onlookers discussed animatedly. For a moment, Heavenly Een City was in chaos. The sages looked at the battlefield below and were confused. Is it bad? No matter how bad it is, how bad can it be? These Guqin sages are too pretentious. That's right, it's just a song. The sages in the sky were confused. This heaven-class Guqin is really strange. Tai Chu frowned. In the south, Taishang narrowed his eyes. Gauchen's singing is a little strange. In the west, the future Buddha frowned. How do you describe Jidong? After Jidong Bodhisattva's silent meditation was abolished, we asked about it. Gauchen's singing is very bad. Every time we asked Jidong Bodhisattva to recall, Jidong Bodhisattva would tremble. Oh. The future Buddha frowned. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. No, I don't want to listen to it. 7 Kills was on the verge of breaking down. Not far away, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and did not go forward. At this moment, no one could go forward. Daqiansheng was there, and anyone who went forward would be courting death. Moreover, Qing Emperor did not intend to offend Daqiansheng for 7 kills. Daqiansheng had planned for 1,000 years, and he would not allow outsiders to destroy it. 7 Kills was on the verge of breaking down. Not long ago, he got Gu Hai pregnant in the Silvermoon Ocean. Now, he had to endure Gu Hai's heaven-class Guqin. Was this despair a song? Kill you, I'm going to kill you. 7 Kills played desperately. Ha, you still want to resist? Mr. Silvermoon sneered. Mr. Silvermoon played faster and faster. Suddenly, all the sages' counterattacks were blocked. Listen to the song in peace. Gu Hai said with a smile. Little radish, little radish. A sage muttered to himself. Tone deaf, tone deaf. It's over. My sense of music is off. The sage said in horror. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the song played by the sage began to deviate. The sense of music was destroyed by Gauchen's singing. As it deviated, a lot of noise was ejected, and the Dharma idol that was formed earlier suddenly weakened. Sage, please play according to the song played by the contestant. Do not change it. Ding Ding scolded. Change it? What change? I've already forgotten what song it was. For a time, the sages' performances slowly changed and became more and more chaotic. The Dharma idols disappeared one after another. It's terrible. Is this the song played by the sage? It's not that great. Is this a sage? The people were confused. At this moment, the sages in the sky realized that something was wrong. No matter how bad the sage was, it was impossible for him not to remember the song. What were they playing now? Heaven class Guqin, what are you singing? Stop singing. In the sky, a sage suddenly shouted. Gauchen rolled his eyes at the sky and ignored him, continuing to sing his little radish. Stop singing, stop singing. If you sing again, I'll kill you. Ah, it's terrible. God, save me. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Oh, little radish. No. Again. No, I don't want to listen to little radish. I want to listen to the blind sage. I don't want little radish. At this moment, the sages were completely irritated. Duel. All of the sages stopped playing the song in their hands in irritation. Since ancient times, they had never heard such terrible singing. All the Guqin Dao that they had learned before was overturned. Guqin Dao. I don't like Guqin Dao anymore. The sages stopped playing in a fit of anger. Mr. Silvermoon pressed his hand down, but he did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he looked at Gauchen curiously. Gauchen covered his chest with his left hand and stretched out his right hand, looking very affectionate. There was no Guqin Dao Dharma, but this singing was more powerful than his Guqin Dao Dharma from before. Those sages, he almost couldn't stop them just now, but now, they were about to break down because of Gauchen's singing. F***CKU, little radish. My sense of music is ruined. My head is full of little radish. Save me. I don't know how to play anymore. Little radish, F***CKU, little radish. Don't sing, I beg you. Stop, stop, stop. The first 2 hours were over. The sages had broken down, begging and cursing Gauchen. When the second 2 hours were over, the Guqin in front of the sages were all broken by the irritable sages. All of them looked at Gauchen in a daze. It was as if they were all stupid. The sages, the people, and the various forces were all looking at the scene strangely. 500 sages, crazy. Stupid. Stupid. Broken down. The crowd couldn't think of any adjectives to describe them. At the same time, looking at Gauchen who was singing so affectionately, they were all shocked. This scourge, look at how he had caused the sages to be. Mr. Ding Ding. Gu Hai looked at Ding Ding and called out. Ding Ding was slightly stunned, then his eyes lit up and he nodded. I will preside. Guqin Dao sages, please recommend the person you want to recommend immediately. Ding Ding suddenly said. The 500 sages were still in a daze. I will preside. Guqin Dao sages, are you willing to recommend Gu Hai and let Gu Hai get your recommendation talismans? Ding Ding shouted again. The 500 sages were still looking at Gauchen in a daze. I will preside. Guqin Dao sages, are you all willing to recommend Gu Hai and let Gu Hai get your recommendation talismans? Ding Ding shouted again. Chapter 567. I'm the host. Zither Dao sages, have you all tacitly approved of recommending Gu Hai and letting Gu Hai obtain your recommendation talismans? Ding Ding shouted again. Ding Ding's shouts immediately made the people around fall silent. This was obviously cheating. Those sages were already crazy. Wasn't it bullying to ask them if they had tacitly approved of it? Helping Gu Hai to cheat was a little too conspicuous, right? Of course, most of the people did not think that Ding Ding was doing a bad job. After all, the sages were given this opportunity because they had committed a crime first. The people thought it was normal, but the sages were in an uproar. Ding ding, what are you doing? Are you cheating? The sages in the sky said angrily. Especially the 400 sages from before. They had just suffered a huge loss and their recommendation talismans had been obtained by Gu Hai. They were swearing not to let Gu Hai obtain another recommendation talisman. Now, another 500 Zither Dao sages were being framed. Zither Dao sage, wake up. What are you doing? A saint of the Zither Dao said anxiously. Wake up. Ding ding, how dare you? You are cheating. I'm going to report this to the heavens and strip you of your right to host. The sages were extremely anxious. Ding ding looked at the sky calmly. Sages, I have the final say in hosting the Zither Dao. As long as I don't break the rules, I'm not wrong. I'm the host. Zither Dao sages, have you all tacitly approved of recommending Gu Hai and letting Gu Hai obtain your recommendation talismans? Ding ding shouted again. Oh no, as long as the host doesn't reply 10 times, it will be considered tacitly approved. Gu Hai will succeed again. A saint of the painting Dao said anxiously. Wake up, wake up. The sages of the painting Dao kept shaking the bodies of the 500 sages. However, when their intents entered the contestants' bodies, it was like a shell above them. I'm the host. Zither Dao sages, have you all tacitly approved of recommending Gu Hai and letting Gu Hai obtain your recommendation talismans? Ding Cauldron shouted over and over again. The people all around waited quietly. Dongfang's Tai Chu sneered, another 500? De Qian is really scheming. In the south. Zhizi, if the De Qian cheats like this, doesn't that mean? A Taishang disciple said anxiously. Taishang shook his head. It's useless. How many sages were there in the first round? The key is at the back. The Wendao Temple has always been the place where our 3 holy lands enter. Last time, old man Guanqi only used a trick. How can it happen again? In the west, the future Buddha put his palms together in silence. North. Ha ha ha, how interesting. 500 painting Dao recommendation talismans, and now 500 Zither Dao recommendation talismans. His Holiness, I remember that old man Guanqi only got 1200 recommendation talismans in the first round, right? It's already 1,000 in the blink of an eye. Bai Ming Shou said with a smile. Longevity? Gaochen? But it's a bit strange. The things they express shouldn't be the complete opposite. I think it should be the essence that has changed qualitatively. Great wisdom appears to be stupidity. The great Qian Emperor said calmly. Oh. You mean his voice isn't bad? Bai Ming Shou said in surprise. In the distance, Ding Ding finished his 10th question. But the sages couldn't stop him. Ding Ding took a deep breath and said, during the 1000 Sage Conference, the Zither Dao host, Ding Ding, reported to the heavens that the 500 Zither Dao saints were silent. Ding Ding has asked them for their thoughts 10 times, and they didn't refute. According to the rules of the 1000 Sage Conference, the 500 Zither Dao saints' recommendation talismans will be handed over to the host, who will deal with them according to the wishes of the 500 Zither Dao saints. Today, Ding Ding will follow the wishes of the sages and recommend Gu Hai. Let the heavens know. Suddenly, the sea of providence clouds churned. B** starred, Ding Ding, how dare you lie to the heavens? A group of painting Dao saints shouted in anger. However, the sea of providence clouds churned and didn't care about other noises at all. The sages were in charge of judging, and the 1000 Sage Conference was hosted by the 4 hosts. In an instant, just like before, the sea of providence churned, and 500 runes appeared in the sky. The 500 recommendation talismans suddenly shone with dazzling white light and rushed toward Gu Hai like a searchlight, shining on Gu Hai in a dazzling area. 500 Zither Dao recommendation talismans. The sages were disappointed. They didn't want to give them to Gu Hai, and they didn't want to give them to Gu Hai, but he got a grand slam again. 500 recommendation talismans, plus the previous 500, Gu Hai already had 1,000 recommendation talismans. Boom! When the Sea of Providence clouds churned, everything was settled. At this moment, it was finally 6 hours. Ah, 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 ah. Suddenly, the 500 contestants who were possessed seemed to have recovered from their stupor in an instant. Suddenly, beams of white light shot into the sky. The sages' wills all returned to their bodies. Gaochen, stop singing. Gu Hai shouted. Stop singing. Master, I've just had my fill, let me sing for a while more. Gaochen said excitedly. Stop singing. Gu Hai frowned. All right. The North Star Polaris said reluctantly. Gaochen's voice stopped. Ah, I can move, help. Little Radish, hey, Little Radish. Woo, don't sing, I beg you. The 500 contestants were tortured by Little Radish, some could still escape, some were already in a daze, the pain in their hearts, who knew how long it would take to heal. Xuanen's body was trembling, the more powerful one was in the Zither Dao, the more serious the injury. Xuanen was in a bad mood. He kept trembling. Little Radish, don't. Xuanen was in shock. Elder, are you okay? The group of Taishang Dao contestants asked anxiously. Xuanen trembled, and looked at the group of Taishang Dao disciples timidly. Little Radish. Elder, it's over, Elder, it's over. After a while, Xuanen woke up, and looked at the group of Taishang Dao disciples in a daze, and heard them say that it was over. Xuanen suddenly stood there in a daze. Elder, are you okay? After being silent for 10 breaths of time, Xuanen suddenly burst into tears. It's over, ah. Turning around, Xuanen soared into the sky, and flew into the distance. Obviously, his heart was suffering tons and tons of pain. Xuanen left, and some of the other contestants also left. This kind of mental devastation was not something that could be described with words. At this moment, 7 Kills had tears and snot all over his face. Although he had woken up, his whole body was swaying. Emperor, my sense of music, my sense of music is all gone. 7 Kills suddenly cried and ran to the Qing Emperor. You've embarrassed yourself. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. The Qing Emperor said coldly. Yes. 7 Kills felt so wronged that his whole body trembled, and he left the arena dejectedly. Before he left, he turned around and looked at Gu Hai again. This troublemaker. It happened again. 6 hours. This was torturous. The 500 sages in the sky returned to their positions. For a moment, the sages' ears were still buzzing, and their minds were filled with Gaochen's Little Radish. The sages' endurance was amazing, but at the same time, because of their extraordinary skills in the art of the Guqin, they were also deeply hurt. After returning to their original bodies, they were in a daze for a while, and then they slowly recovered. It's over. Little Radish is gone. A sage trembled and said. It's over. I'm back. Troublemaker, I want your life. Troublemaker, I'm going to kill you. The sages who regained their senses roared and looked at Gaochen. Ungrateful sages. If Master didn't force me to sing, do you think you can hear my moving voice? Spit. Changxing spat and looked at the sky in disdain. Ha. Changxing laughed loudly. It felt good to see someone else going through the same suffering that he had gone through. You're insulting us. Gu Hai, you and I are irreconcilable. Gu Hai, don't even think about getting a recommendation from the Guqin Dao. The 500 Guqin Dao sages regained their senses and immediately scolded Gu Hai. Meanwhile, the other sages stood quietly at the side. They did not say a word. After a while, one of the Guqin Dao sages said in shock, the white light on Gu Hai's body. That's 1,000 recommendation talismans. Who voted for him? What? The Guqin Dao sages were stunned. The medicine zither sage is yours. Just now. A painting Dao sage said bitterly. What? Bastard, who told you to make the decision for us? Ding ding, you bastard. Gu Hai, you despicable person. The 500 Guqin Dao sages were furious. They hated Gu Hai the most and hated Gu Hai the most. However, their recommendation talismans were given to Gu Hai. At this moment, the Guqin Dao sages finally understood how the painting Dao sage felt. F*CKU. Finally, a sage cursed in anger. Was there anything more F*ket up than this? It was one thing for the painting Dao sage to fall for it, but why did he fall for it too? Chess Dao sages, we fell for Gu Hai's trick. Please don't give Gu Hai any more recommendation talismans. Calligraphy Dao sages, we fell for it. Please don't fall for it again. Just like the painting Dao sage, the Guqin Dao sages kept persuading the other sages not to vote for Gu Hai again. Sages, please be careful of Gu Hai's tricks. That's right. We're all examples. We can't enter the bodies of the contestants again. Otherwise, what happened to us will happen again. The Guqin Dao sages and painting Dao sages kept passing on their experiences and persuading the other sages not to repeat the same mistake. Of course, the chess Dao sages and calligraphy Dao sages would not make the same mistake again after witnessing what happened just now. Don't worry, my chess Dao sages will never recommend Gu Hai again. My calligraphy Dao sages will never recommend Gu Hai as well. The chess Dao sages and calligraphy Dao sages assured them. After all, the previous accident was 2F*ket up. They could not make the same mistake again. Thank you. The painting Dao sages and Guqin Dao sages said gratefully. Chapter 568. While the sages were talking, Gu Hai returned to the Go game in front of him from the zither battle area. Mr. Good, the zither competition has been decided. Let's continue with the unfinished game, Wu Yazi said. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gu Hai nodded. Smack. Smack. The two of them continued to place their pieces. The game went deeper and deeper. The Go Dao cultivators at the side all looked at the Go board solemnly. As they watched, many of them rubbed their eyes. Some of them even felt their chi and blood churn. Their minds seemed to have been drained by the game. No, I can't watch anymore. I can only take a small part of it for analysis. What terrifying skill. It's like I'm looking at a bottomless abyss. I'm falling deeper and deeper into it. I'm looking at the end of the world. The Go cultivators in the tournament avoided the Go game. The more knowledgeable they were, the more uncomfortable they felt. The Go game was so intense that they couldn't catch their breath. No matter how loud the spectators were, Gu Hai and Wu Yazi continued to play. Gradually, the spectators quieted down. Although the spectators couldn't understand the Go game, that didn't stop them from understanding how powerful it was. They all waited patiently. Longevity and Gauchen stood to the side. Not far away, Mr. Silvermoon turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and the future Buddha were also silent, waiting for the result of the Go game. Even the calligraphy cultivators in the calligraphy area looked over curiously. After the sages stirred, they looked at Gu Hai and Wu Yazi's Go game with evil intentions. Suddenly, a Go sage said, "It's extraordinary." What's the level of that Go game? A painting sage asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, this is the 31 Worlds Go game. It's the game Old Man Guanxi played 1,000 years ago. Wu Yazi is imitating Old Man Guanxi and setting up the 31 Worlds Go game. The Go sage said. The main game? That's right. Gu Hai is playing the opposite game. One is playing in a positive position, while the other is playing in a negative position. The two of them have displayed comparable Go skills. Neither of them is losing to the other. Solemnly, the Go Saint said. That Gu Hai is a despicable person. How could he have such good chess skills? Did he cheat again? Asked the painting Tao Saint. It doesn't seem like it. There's no mistaking that game of Go. It's indeed complicated. What a formidable game of Go. Solemnly, the Go sages commented. The 500 saints of the way of chess all looked at the chessboard with extremely solemn expressions. As Gu Hai played Go with Wu Yazi, he was constantly practicing in his mind. Between his eyebrows, there were 1,000 Go boards. Previously, he'd already condensed 12 of them. Now, as he played Go with Wu Yazi, he continued to condense them. Boom! 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 The large chessboards were condensed into 19 small chessboards. Correspondingly, Gu Hai was able to execute more and more moves of the 5 cycles. Mr. Good, you have good Go skills. Wu Yazi said in a low voice. Sir, you have good Go skills. I didn't know there were so many intricacies to the 31 Heavens and Earth's chess game. Besides the 31 Heavens and Earth's chess game, do you know the 32 Heavens and Earth's chess game? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Boom! After 6 hours, the 1,000 large chessboards had all condensed into small chessboards. Now, he'd reached another bottleneck. Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi. Back in the day, old man Guanqi played Go against the heavens. He played the 33 Heavens and Earth's chess game. Gu Hai had seen some clues when he studied the map of the 1,000 Islands Sea. Now, as he continued to solve the 28, 29, 30, and 31 chessboards, Gu Hai's desire for the 32 chessboards grew. What would the 32 Heavens and Earth's chess game be like? Now, the person in front of him might be the old man Guanqi he'd guessed. Naturally, Gu Hai wanted to know more about him. 32. The 9th young master's eyelids twitched. The 9th young master was already shocked that Gu Hai could play 31. Now, not only did he seem so skilled, he even seemed unsatisfied. Did he want to play 32? Wu Yazi raised his head and looked at the sky. All the Go sages in the sky seemed to be attracted by something. They carefully looked down. 32. Ha, you want to see? Wu Yazi suddenly smiled. That's right, I want to see. Gu Hai nodded. I'll only play 3 stones. Can you handle it? Wu Yazi smiled. If you can solve these 3 moves, then it'll be your win. 3 stones? Why? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Because I can only play 3 stones right now. Wu Yazi smiled. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed down on a stone. Pa! As soon as that stone was placed, the entire Go board seemed to undergo a world-shaking change. It was as if Wu Yazi had sealed off his path of survival and was walking towards his doom. A death-seeking move? Gu Hai's brows twitched. He was about to place his stone when he suddenly stopped. Huh? A death-seeking move? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Oh. You can tell. Wu Yazi narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai went silent for a moment, then gently placed a black stone on a spot. What? Wu Yazi is seeking his own death. Is Gu Hai also seeking his own death? Are they betting on who will lose? In the sky, a saint suddenly asked solemnly. Pa! In the end, Gu Hai still placed the chess piece that sealed the path to survival. Gu Hai felt as if his Go board had some sort of connection with heaven and earth. White fog instantly surged out from within. Walla-la-la-la. In an instant, 4 huge chains rushed out of the white fog and soared into the sky. Boom! The chain was connected to the ocean of righteousness in the sky. Buzz! The entire expansive righteous sea was shaken by the impact of the 4 chains. What is that? The people in the distance immediately cried out in alarm. The Tao of Chess. Could it be the Go laws that Wu Yazi had mentioned? Didn't they say that the Go Tao laws were taken away by heaven? The surrounding Go cultivators exclaimed in horror, their expressions changing. Qing Emperor, Kong Di, Tai Chu, and Tai Sheng all narrowed their eyes at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, that was. Mo Yike was also shocked. Gu Hai's expression darkened as he looked at Wu Yazi. Mister, was that a law? Wu Yazi stared at Gu Hai for a while. Mr. Good, I still underestimated you. Laws? That's right, it was the Go Dao laws. Wu Yazi took a deep breath. But didn't you say that the Go Dao laws were taken away by heaven? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Wu Yazi took a deep breath and said, yes, they were taken away by heaven. The black and white chess laws were taken away. Do you know how many kinds of Go there are? Go? Isn't it just black and white chess? The surrounding Go cultivators were at a loss. The commoners in the surroundings all revealed blank expressions. Only Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Go wasn't just black and white chess. There was also an invisible Go. There should be 3 kinds. Back on 9-5 Island, when he played the life and death game, he already knew. The heavens had taken away the black and white chess laws, but there was still a transparent Go that hadn't been taken away. His suicidal move just now was the transparent law of chess. Wu Yazi had used the law of transparent chess to create Mr. Silvermoon and Great Emperor Shiyu. He'd created a chess piece that no one could see. Many thanks, Mr. Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he thanked Wu Yazi. I didn't do anything. Wu Yazi shook his head. He raised his head to look at the 4 chains in the sky. After a while, the 2 players did not play their Go pieces. The 4 chains slowly turned transparent and disappeared in front of everyone. No one could see the chains anymore. They seemed to have collapsed. Only Gu Hai could see them clearly. They had turned transparent, but they hadn't disappeared. Mister, please continue. Gu Hai solemnly said to Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi shook his head and said, I've already solved one of your Go pieces. There's no need to continue. Mr. Good Go skills. As he spoke, Wu Yazi's body suddenly trembled. As he trembled, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In an instant, his face turned pale. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew around Wu Yazi. In an instant, Wu Yazi gasped for breath as though he had asthma. Gu Hai's face sank. The 9th young master was stunned. Wait, did he leave? He left? In Dongfang, Tai Chu's face sank. Was that just a strand of old man Guanqi's will? Left, the southern Taisheng asked coldly. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha said solemnly. Mister, how are you feeling? Can you continue? Gu Hai called out. Huff, huff, huff. Wu Yazi took a few deep breaths and calmed down. When he heard Gu Hai's question, he was stunned. Why am I here? Wu Yazi's expression changed. He lowered his head and looked at the Go board. When he saw it, his expression changed. This is my Go board. Wu Yazi looked at Gu Hai in shock. Mister. Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi with a grave expression. Wu Yazi, this is the final showdown. You're up against Mr. Good. The 9th young master probed. What? It's really my Go board? No, it's him. Wu Yazi's face suddenly filled with panic. Gu Hai stared at Wu Yazi. Mr. Wu Yazi. Can you make another Go board? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Gu Hai seemed to have sensed something. He stopped calling Wu Yazi Mr. and added, Mr. Wu Yazi, in front of him. Wu Yazi lowered his head and looked at the Go board. After a moment of silence, he bitterly smiled. Make another Go board? Mr. Good, you win. What? Gu Hai's face sank. Wu Yazi bowed slightly and bitterly smiled. I admit defeat. He's admitting defeat. Mr. Good is the #1 Go board player. Ha 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 ha. If Mr. Good is #1, what about the sages? Are they going to recommend Mr. Good again? The crowd burst into an uproar. #1. If Gu Hai was #1, what would the sages do? They were just saying that they wouldn't recommend Gu Hai anymore, but what about now? Could they still hold on? The 9th young master suddenly shouted to the sky, I will be the host. The Go board will be decided by the sages. The winner will be recommended by the sages. In the end, Gu Hai is the #1 Go board player. Please recommend him. Boom. The commotion suddenly stopped. In an instant, the entire Tianjin city was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked up at the sages. Chapter 569. We are in charge of judging the game of chess. The game of chess is simple. Arrange a sequence, play against each other, and we will recommend the winner. These were the original words of the chess sage. They would recommend the winner according to their discretion. In other words, only the winner would be chosen. Back then, how could the chess sages have imagined that Gu Hai's chess skills would be so shocking that he could only get first place? This was akin to slapping their own faces. Everyone looked up at the sages. Only Gu Hai turned his head and stared at Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi. Was he really possessed by old man Guanqi? Some people already thought so, but Gu Hai didn't make that decision. The game just now had been too strange. 31. It was all 31. There was no 32 at all. His last move was stunning, but it was still 31. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Then, he took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Wu Yazi. No matter what, the 31 had benefited him greatly. Wu Yazi was stunned when he saw Gu Hai bow slightly. He immediately bowed back to Gu Hai. The heavenly Yin city below was silent. The saints of the heavenly sky felt awkward. First place. How could Gu Hai be first? Wasn't Wu Yazi doing pretty well? Didn't you say that his chess style was like old man Guanqi's? How could old man Guanqi lose? The sages of the painting path and the zither path were in an uproar. The sage of the way of chess looked solemn for quite a while. This was because they knew that Gu Hai's Go skills far surpassed their expectations. But now, how could they recommend him? According to what they had said, they would recommend the winner according to their discretion. The winner was Gu Hai. They had also promised the painting path and zither path sages that they would not recommend Gu Hai. This left the chess sages in a dilemma. The sage of the way of chess, please recommend the champion of the chess tournament. Jiu Gongzi shouted at the sky again. The chess sages were silent. Hurry up. The sage of chess is so slow. Going back on your word? Are you a saint? Can't you afford to lose? Immediately, many people began to cry out. This group of saints was too much. Were they going back on their word? Now that Gu Hai had won, it was a recommendation. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar again. The authority of the sages was facing the greatest challenge. Of course, perhaps because of the previous 2 times, the sages no longer had any authority in the hearts of the people. Now, only the bottom line and moral integrity were left. The urging voices soared into the sky, and the sages all felt conflicted. Do not submit to Gu Hai. We can't let him get away with it. The saints of the path of painting and the path of chess called out anxiously. The clamor in the surroundings made the Go sages feel conflicted. Since all the sages are silent, does that mean that you have agreed to Gu Hai's existence? The 9th young master shouted. The Go sages were still silent. The 9th young master shouted again, does that mean that you have agreed to Gu Hai's existence? Oh no, it's this trick again. 10 times. He said that he would help you deal with the recommendation talisman after 10 times. Hurry up. You want to do it again? Don't even think about it. Go sages, hurry up. Gu Hai is in cahoots with the abbot again. He's going to set us up. Hurry up. The sages were all agitated. The 9th young master was speechless. He didn't mean that at all. Have these sages become frightened birds? Their attitude of, "I've seen through you," made the 9th young master speechless for a while. It was the Go sages who said to recommend the winner. That was why he asked. All of a sudden, a sage said, "Dear heavens, I recommend Wu Yazi." Boom! All of a sudden, a recommendation talisman appeared above the sea of providence clouds, and a beam of white light shot down. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, can you still get those recommendation talismans? A sage of Painting Path said with great satisfaction. Ha ha ha, now, even if you have the means to reverse the situation, it will be useless. Gu Hai, humph. You can't get the 500 recommendation talismans, but from now on, you can forget about getting a single one. The Qin sage laughed. The sages of Painting Path laughed with great satisfaction. The sages of Painting Path looked at Gu Hai with smiles. It was as if they were mocking him and taking revenge. Just as the sages were feeling smug, Wu Yazi suddenly bowed to the 9th young master. Wu Yazi shouted, "Sir, Wu Yazi is ashamed that his chess skills are inferior to Mr. Good's. I am ashamed to receive this recommendation talisman and cannot accept it. Today, sir, please give my 500 recommendation talismans to Gu Hai to restore the might of the chess Tao." Gah! The sages who were laughing in the sky suddenly stopped talking. What? What did I just hear? The Qin sage exclaimed. Wu Yazi said, "Sir, please give all of his recommendation talismans to Gu Hai." A sage exclaimed. Give all of them to Gu Hai. Doesn't that mean everything we did before was for naught? We gave all of our recommendation talismans to Wu Yazi, but he gave all of them to Gu Hai. The sages were dumbfounded. The 9th young master suddenly shouted to the heavens, "Sir, I am the presiding elder. Wu Yazi, who received the recommendation talismans, is ashamed that he did not accept the recommendation talismans. He recommends Gu Hai and gives all of his recommendation talismans to Gu Hai." Rumble. The sea of providence clouds churned as if the heavens had accepted the recommendation talisman. The 500 recommendation talismans that were shining on Wu Yazi suddenly turned their light source and rushed toward Gu Hai. Boom! Gu Hai was instantly enveloped by the 500 recommendation talismans. The crowd fell silent for a while. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the 500 million people of Heavenly Yin City burst into laughter. They seemed to be cheering for Gu Hai for obtaining the results he deserved, but they also seemed to be mocking the sages. You guys went through so much trouble, but in the end, didn't you just end up helping Mr. Good? The sages were completely dumbfounded. B****, Guanzhou, how dare you? The sages of the Painting Path shouted in shock. You cheated. You cheated. The sage of the Guqin Path also shouted in shock. The 9th young master looked coldly at the sky. Cheated? Ha, this is the rule of the sage assembly. Have you forgotten? The recommendation talismans can be transferred. Since Wu Yazi gave the recommendation talisman to him, he has the right to transfer it. You have no right to ask. Besides, this is a matter of the chess Tao. It's none of your business. Boom! The sages of the sky were furious again. How could they have known that Wu Yazi would give up on the recommendation talismans? He gave all of them to Gu Hai. Are you guys shameless? Who's the shameless one? At this moment, the hatred between the sages and Gu Hai grew. 500 recommendation talismans for the Painting Path, 500 recommendation talismans for the Guqin Path, and 500 recommendation talismans for the chess Tao. They were all given to Gu Hai. 1,000 years ago, Old Man Guanxi had only gotten 1,200 recommendation talismans in the first round. Now, Gu Hai had 1,500 recommendation talismans. Many thanks, Mr. Wu Yazi. Gu Hai said solemnly. Wu Yazi smiled bitterly. I'm just returning the item to its rightful owner. You were able to play that game of Go, but that game. Ha! I wouldn't dare to be so thick-skinned as to take these recommendation talismans. Mr. Good, 1,000 years ago, Old Man Guanxi broke the rules of eternity and entered the sacred hall of the arts. I hope you can do the same. I'll do my best. Gu Hai looked at Wu Yazi with a complicated expression. The sages of the Guqin path, painting path, and chess path immediately warned the 500 sages of the arts, calligraphy sages, please be careful. Don't be fooled by Gu Hai again. Wu Yazi is definitely with Gu Hai. We've all been fooled. Be careful, be careful. Don't worry. The calligraphy sages replied. Buddha, why are Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong so confident about Daqiansheng? A bodhisattva asked curiously. The future Buddha shook his head and kept silent. The sages said, using qi as the topic, qi changes the color of the sky. Different regions have earth qi, water qi, when water evaporates, fire qi, when fire burns, filth qi, when corpses rot, human qi, when smelly sweat, yang qi, when the sun reaches the middle of the sky, yin qi, when the night reaches the netherworld, anger qi, when evil is humiliated. Using qi as the topic, all kinds of poems and songs are accepted. Hurry up and write them. Ram Saint shouted again. As he shouted, the group of calligraphy contestants started to write. Although the calligraphy sage did not use despicable as the topic, the last sentence, anger qi, when evil is humiliated, explained everything. It showed that the calligraphy sage was very angry about Gu Hai's insults. Of course, at this moment, even a fool could see that Gu Hai had offended the sages. Only by writing poems that insulted Gu Hai could they win the sage's favor. Immediately, all of the calligraphy participants began to write satirical essays. Mr. Good, you should write one too. Ram Saint looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. Mr. Good, I'll write for you. I can write whatever you want. Zi Wei immediately volunteered. Be careful of that fatty. The sages immediately stared at Zi Wei. Gu Hai was not in a hurry to write. Instead, he looked at the calligraphy contestants around him. Boom! Sima Changkong, Yi Hua, and the thousands of calligraphy cultivators started to write. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The wind and rain were stirred up. For a moment, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. They were all experts in calligraphy. When everyone's writing finished, a surge of righteous qi suddenly surged out from under their pens. It was like a long river rushing toward the sea of righteous qi in the sky. The sea of righteous qi churned for a while, like a river flowing into the sea. However, after a while, the long river of righteous qi under their pens slowly changed color. Look, I know that calligraphy cultivator in red. He wrote fire qi. The sea of righteous qi under his pen has turned red. Do you see that? Fire qi is tyrannical and restless. Look at that blue book cultivator. He wrote about water vapor and turned it blue. Look, even the white sea of qi above is turning blue. Is that Yi Hua? He wrote filthy qi. It has turned gray. The sea of righteous qi has turned gray. What a fishy smell. Is he insulting Mr. Good? While the people were in shock, they saw colorful pillars of qi gushing out from the pieces of paper. The pillars of qi soared into the sky and immediately dyed the sea of righteous qi in different colors. Mr. Good, look, many of them are insulting you. They haven't finished writing yet. There are only various pillars of chi. Later, when they finish writing, the articles will immediately come at you. When that time comes, all kinds of filthy words will enter your body. Once they are sung, your reputation will be ruined. Ziwei said anxiously. Yes, Mr. Good, this kind of writing will stir the wind and rain. When it becomes a poem, it will be praised by countless calligraphy cultivators in the world. When that time comes, it will be too late to change it. Changsheng nodded. Master, why don't you write a poem too? Gaochen said worriedly. Those calligraphy cultivators were writing poems insulting Gu Hai. However, they had not finished writing and did not show any great harm. Should he just wait for them to slander him? All right, I'll write. Mr. Ziwei, you write. Gu Hai nodded. When Gu Hai said that he was going to write, there was a commotion among the sages. There was a large number of calligraphy cultivators in the arena, but the sages did not pay attention. They did not even look carefully. That was because their eyes were fixed on Gu Hai. Having learned their lesson, the sages were extremely wary of Gu Hai. There were a few times when they accidentally fell into Gu Hai's trap. How could they not be careful now? Look, that fatty is going to write. What is he writing? Be careful, don't look at everything. The pregnant sage is a good example. A group of sages looked over worriedly, but some sages did not dare to look around. Tai Chu and Tai Shang narrowed their eyes. After all, they had heard of Gu Hai's calligraphy skills. Ode to Chivalry, Bringing in the Wine, Great Compassion Mantra, and Bodhi had caused quite a stir. They did not know what Gu Hai was going to write at this moment. Even the host, Ram Saint, looked over curiously. Gu Hai spoke. Ziwei put down his brush and began to write. Dare I ask, sir, what is evil? Gu Hai read. Ziwei put down his brush and wrote in an instant. As Ziwei put down his brush, there was a white aura of righteousness that soared into the sky. A gentle breeze blew past, and it was quite gentle. The pillar of righteousness was also extremely thin and did not look strong at all. Suddenly, there was a soft sound of surprise from all directions. One had to know that this was not Gu Hai's style. This sentence did not have any momentum. Dare I ask, sir, what is evil? It meant, what is sir good at? But was this a poem? Words? Songs? Fu? No, it was just a sentence. What was so special about it? Just as many scholars were puzzled, Gu Hai read the second sentence. Saying, I know what to say, I am good at cultivating my noble spirit, Gu Hai read. Ziwei slowly put down his brush. Dare I ask, what is noble spirit? Gu Hai read again. Ziwei continued to write. This is not a poem, but a question and answer. Ask Gu Hai, and Gu Hai answers. Dongfang Tai Chu frowned slightly. Tai Shang from the south also revealed a cold smile. A question and answer. A question and answer about noble spirit? This Gu Hai is so arrogant. Is this something he can answer? In the West, the future Buddha also raised his eyebrows slightly and put his palms together. Amateus Buddha, water chi, fire chi, anger chi, evil chi, yang chi, and yin chi are all things in the world. They have form, cause, and effect. The unique noble spirit seems to come out of nowhere. It has no foundation and no evaluation, and it is erratic. It has no past life, no afterlife, no cause, and no effect, but it is the foundation of the way of calligraphy. No one dares to say that they can explain the foundation of the way of calligraphy. This Gu Hai wants to explain the noble spirit. He is too arrogant. Overconfident. Yi Hua, who was writing not far away, looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Chapter 571. Writing an essay in the form of a question and answer had no rhyme or beauty to speak of. In fact, it was all because of the Z-Way heavenly brush. Last time in the capital, Mr. Good's essay shouldn't have been like this. That's right. I saw it too. It was Mr. Z-Way who put the pen to the paper. From the first sentence onwards, the awe-inspiring righteousness was overwhelming. Why is it so small this time? It's like a stream. Yeah, it's even smaller than the other calligraphy cultivators. Countless people were at a loss. However, although the three holy lands disdained Gu Hai's words, they all stared at Gu Hai. Juzi, what's the use of Gu Hai writing such nonsense? He's bound to lose. A disciple of the Taishang sect laughed. The Taishang sect Juzi shook his head and looked coldly at Gu Hai. The calligraphy cultivators participating in the competition also looked at Gu Hai with cold smiles. After all, the competitors were worried about Gu Hai before, but they didn't expect Gu Hai to write so poorly. However, they saw Z-Way continue writing under Gu Hai's recitation. Saying, "It's hard to raise. It's chi. It's big and strong, it's harmless to raise, and it's stuffed between heaven and earth. It's chi. It's compatible with righteousness and Tao. It's born of righteousness, it's not obtained through righteousness. It's hard to keep it to heart, it's discouraged." Z-Way wrote word by word. All around, countless people were looking at Gu Hai's essay in shock, because many of them didn't understand. However, some calligraphy cultivators saw it clearly. When they saw Gu Hai write that sentence, their expressions changed almost instantly. That's... Tai Chu immediately stood up from his seat. Scriptures. Gu Hai is writing scriptures, not poems. Taishang Juzi's expression also changed. Righteousness? Amateus, Gu Hai, he actually. The future Buddha said in a low voice. The pupils of the Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong, who were already outside, constricted. This is not an ordinary poem, but the righteousness of heaven and earth? What a Gu Hai! Emperor Kong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Book of the Holy Tao. Where did Gu Hai get this information? Was there really such a person in this world who was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? He wants to write scriptures. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Celestial Emperor, is that Gu Hai really that talented? The Dan King by the side revealed a hint of disbelief. There are two possibilities. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Oh. Firstly, he has the talent to rule the world. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. A world-shaking talent? What's the second? Dan King asked curiously. He has the Immortal Dome. Qing Emperor whispered. Immortal Dome? What Immortal Dome? The Dan King was slightly stunned. This was the first time the Dan King had heard of the Immortal Dome. But what was the Immortal Dome? Qing Emperor looked coldly at Gu Hai in the distance but did not answer. When the saints saw the words written by Z-Way, they suddenly stopped mocking her. That was because when the last stroke was written, a tsunami-like noble spirit suddenly shot up from the paper. That noble spirit seemed to be 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the others. It crashed into the noble spirit ocean in the sky. Rumble. The great ocean of Qi shook violently, making the 500 saints of calligraphy tremble violently. Writing scriptures? How is that possible? How could he have the ability to write scriptures? Every scripture is created after countless years. Gu Hai improvised on the spot. It is impossible for him to write them. Scriptures. There's a scripture in the first round. And he wrote it on the spot. How could he be good at calligraphy? Suddenly, the saints were shocked. Under Z-Wei's pen, whether it was Sima Changkong, Yi Hua, or the other calligraphy cultivators, the essays written by them suddenly lost their luster. The noble spirit under Z-Wei's pen made the entire noble spirit ocean in the sky churn. It seemed to be resonating with the noble spirit ocean. Suddenly, the noble spirit ocean pushed away the other people's fire chi, foul chi, yin chi, water chi, and human chi. Bam! 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 One by one, the columns of chi that were written by the contestants exploded as if they were rejected by heaven and earth. The noble spirit ocean was not playing with them anymore. The calligraphy cultivators who had put down their brushes were immediately stunned. What was going on? I was only halfway through writing. Where's my wind and rain? Why is it gone? My poem could definitely make ghosts and gods cry. Why is there no reaction at all? The contestants stared anxiously. The appearance of scriptures will make all literature submit. Ram Saint's eyes widened in surprise. In the north. Gu Hai. Is he really writing scriptures? In front of scriptures, poetry and songs are small daos. Once scriptures are written, the surrounding heaven and earth will respect scriptures and worship scriptures, and all literature will submit. Bai Ming Shou said in surprise. Gu Hai also looked around and was shocked to see that the calligraphy cultivators were being interrupted by him. What he wrote was an article in the book, Mencius, on Earth in the Past. The effect was so great. Although shocked, Gu Hai continued to narrate. Thus I say, Lao Zi has not tasted righteousness, it is merely an external matter. There must be something to be done. Do not forget, do not help. There is no such thing as the Song people. The Song people have Min Chi Miao, who does not grow, but returns bright. There is a saying, today I am sick, but help the sprout grow. His son looks forward, but the sprout is withered. If the world does not help the sprout is withered. Those who give up because there is no benefit, do not nurture the sprout, those who help the elder, pull the sprout. Not only are there no benefits, but there is also harm. Zi Wei wrote down stroke by stroke until she reached the last stroke. In an instant, the sky was filled with a boundless majestic voice. She was reciting Gu Hai's questions and answers, word by word. It was as if a blazing sun rushed out from Zi Wei's paper and into the ocean of righteousness in the sky. As for the other contestants' articles, there was no light at all. How could this be? Yi Hua stood in the distance and stared in disbelief. Boom! The soaring ocean of righteousness fell back again and suddenly entered Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai felt that there was a chaotic aura around him. It rushed into his mind. In his mind, the rolling ocean of righteousness was absorbed by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. After absorbing the ocean of righteousness, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal also emitted a huge majestic aura through Gu Hai's body. The majestic aura rushed up to the sky and seemed to collide with the aura of the sages. Scriptures. He wrote a scripture on the spot. A scholar exclaimed in shock. The people around had already stared at Gu Hai with their eyes wide open. So it turns out that Mr. Gu's calligraphy skills are the most impressive. A commoner said in shock. Although it is not the complete Holy Tao scripture, it already has a trace of brilliance. What a good article. What a good Gu Hai. In the distance, Absolute Primordial's eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent flashed in them. Juzi, will Gu Hai affect our second round of the competition? A disciple of the Taisheng sect asked worriedly. No, the Taisheng sect's Taisheng Sutra is the best sutra in the world. How can his questions and answers compare to it? This is only a fragment. Even if it's complete, it's not a match for the Taisheng Sutra. The Juzi of the Taisheng sect said in a low voice. There was almost no suspense. Once Gu Hai's questions and answers was published, there was no need to read the others' essays. Gu Hai's questions and answers has reached a point where no other participant could compare to him. I ask the calligraphy sages to judge fairly and recommend him fairly. Gong Yang sage said. Recommend? The sages recommended Gu Hai. Looking at Gu Hai's aura, which was not weaker than theirs, all the sages felt irritated. Suddenly, a scholar saint said, we said that all poems and songs are acceptable, but Gu Hai didn't write poems and songs. That's right. This questions and answers is not a poem and song. Even if it's written well, so what? We can't recommend Gu Hai. The zither saint said excitedly. We can't recommend Gu Hai. The painting saint shouted. The chess saint was also excited. Pester endlessly. Scholars, you've already judged who's better, and you still want to choose the worse? Are you worthy of the judgment given to you by the heavens? Ram saint glared at them. It's not up to you to judge how we judge. I won't choose Gu Hai. So what if the questions and answers is good? If it's not a poem and song, we won't recommend it. If he's so capable, ask him to write a poem and song, the sages shouted. You! Ram saint glared at the sky. The people around were also angry. Just as they were arguing, they saw Gu Hai recite again, and Ziwei also started writing. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and chaos gives form. Below it are rivers and mountains, and above it are the sun and stars. Again, countless streams of righteousness rushed into the sky under Ziwei's pen. In an instant, the sea of righteousness shook again. All of a sudden, the sages fell silent. The people who were cursing the sages also fell silent. A 5-character poem? How could I forget? Since Mr. Good can write the sage scriptures, how can he not write poems and songs? This time, what will the sages say? Mr. Good is writing poems and songs. The questions and answers just now was just the preface of the 5-character poem. Suddenly, Tianyin City was in an uproar. Gu Hai wrote the Song of Righteousness again, using the questions and answers as the preface. Suddenly, the power of the Song of Righteousness expanded. How could the sages expect that Gu Hai wrote such a powerful questions and answers just to preface the 5-character poem? The first 4 lines were already as powerful as the preface just now. The next one would definitely be of the same quality. Were they going to slap themselves in the face again? To people, righteousness is abundant, filling the heavens. The royal road is cleared, and peace is spat out in the court. Ziwei started writing again. The momentum of the entire poem kept rising, and the sages who were watching felt a chill in their hearts. It was over. Gu Hai had written a poem. What other excuse did they have to come up with? Let Gu Hai win. No, they definitely could not give him the recommendation talisman. At this moment, Gu Hai was suddenly stuck. This was the Song of Righteousness written by Wen Tianxiang back on Earth. The first few lines were fine, but the following lines were about the integrity of the loyal officials of the past dynasties. Those loyal officials of ancient times on Earth were not present in this world. He could not write at all. He had to replace them. At that moment, he could not think of so many corresponding lines. Had he chosen the wrong song? Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. He had made a mistake. He could not write anymore. Gu Hai was stuck. He looked at the sages in the sky. However, the sages did not know that Gu Hai was stuck. They suddenly had an idea. Reporting to the heavens, I recommend that person's essay. Reporting to the heavens, I recommend that person's essay. Reporting to the heavens. For a moment, the sages of calligraphy did not care about the reason anymore. They immediately recommended those who did not write well, but they did not recommend Gu Hai. Suddenly, 500 recommendation talismans appeared and spread out, recommending the 500 people who participated in the competition. However, Gu Hai was not recommended. Of course, they did not only choose one person to prevent the tragedy of Wu Yazi from happening again. Such indiscriminate accusations instantly infuriated the people in all directions. Shameless! Shameless! Pfft, Mr. Good wrote so well. Are you blind? Bulsh *T sage. The people around criticized one another. The entire Tianyin city was noisy. Only Gu Hai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. He did not have to write anymore. Chapter 572. Gu Hai was stuck. Just as he did not know how to continue, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Perhaps Gu Hai had left a deep impression on the sages. For a moment, all the sages shuddered and rushed to give their recommendation talismans to the other contestants. Sage, they haven't finished writing their essays yet. Ram Saint glared at the heavenly Tao. So what if they haven't finished writing? Has anyone finished writing? Gu Hai hasn't finished either. I just thought his essay was good, so I recommended him. What does it have to do with you? A calligraphy sage said coldly. That's right. Gu Hai's essay is not bad, but he hasn't finished either. So what? Gu Hai, just give up. Ha ha ha. The sages laughed loudly. They finally stopped Gu Hai from getting what he wanted. Even though the people were cursing him, the sages did not care at all. So what if they were cursing him? A bunch of unruly people. 1,000 years later, how many people would still be able to see them? The sages did not care about the people's curses and looked coldly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not mind. In fact, he was not angry at all. This was because the saint's anxiousness had helped him a lot. At this moment, he could finally stop writing. Looking at the sages, Gu Hai even revealed a slight smile. Master, what should we do? Gao Chen asked anxiously. Mr. Good, these sages are shameless. Chang Sheng's expression was ugly. Mr. Good, your essay is really amazing. It's almost catching up to mine. These sages have eyes but fail to see. What should we do now? Do we still want to write? Ziwei frowned and looked at Gu Hai. No, this is enough. Gu Hai said with a smile. In the distance, Tai Chu and Tai Sheng looked coldly at Gu Hai. There was a murderous intent in their eyes. The future Buddha put his palms together and didn't say anything. His expression was extremely solemn. Where the Qing Emperor was, the Pill King glared and said, Emperor, Gu Hai is at his wit's end this time, right? Qing Emperor shook his head and looked at De Qiansheng in the distance. Do you really think that De Qiansheng doesn't care about anything? Ah. While the Elixir King was puzzled. From afar, Ram Saint spoke again. Saints, have you decided on the person to recommend? That's right. The 500 saints immediately shouted. Those who have not obtained the recommendation talisman, please leave first. Ram Saint said solemnly. All around, the participants who didn't get any recommendation talismans nodded and left. Everyone was good at writing, but no one dared to say that they could surpass Gu Hai's writing. How was Gu Hai's essay? Not to mention that the poem wasn't finished yet, just the preface was already something that they couldn't do. At the very least, it was impossible for them to surpass it in such a short period of time. Everyone walked away, completely convinced. Of course, there were also those who weren't convinced, such as Yi Hua. There were tens of thousands of participants, but the saints only chose 500. Naturally, they couldn't cover all of them. Yi Hua wasn't chosen by the saints. After Yi Hua left, only a group of people who had obtained the recommendation talisman remained. 500 people couldn't all be like Wu Yazi, right? Suddenly, a participant shouted, I am ashamed that my calligraphy skills are not as good as Mr. Gu Hai's. I am willing to transfer the recommendation talisman to Mr. Good to prove that my essay is correct. Good. Immediately, a crowd shouted. The earlier scene showed who was better in calligraphy. The ordinary citizens were not blind. Naturally, they understood that they were not as good as Gu Hai. Now, only the heavenly souls remained. Perhaps they had already lost their integrity. However, many of the participants still cared about their integrity. especially when Gu Hai wrote the question and answer. Many people were deeply moved by this. Today, I have obtained Mr. Good's essay in the competition. Thank you for your teachings, Mr. Good. I am also willing to transfer the recommendation talisman to you. Immediately, a second person said that he was willing to transfer the recommendation talisman to Gu Hai. The crowd immediately cheered. Mr. Good is indeed amazing. Those calligraphy cultivators are convinced. Those calligraphy cultivators have more integrity than the saints in the heavens. Good job, mountain leader Zhang. We salute you. The crowd was instantly filled with cheers. Among the crowd stood a group of people from the Great Yellow Dynasty. Emperor Kong stood among the crowd and looked at the scene with a smile. Emperor, are those people really that generous? One of his subordinates frowned. Emperor Kong shook his head. It's just a show by the Deqian. Ah. Emperor, you're saying that those people are from the Deqian? They did it on purpose. But, what's the use of that? The subordinate was shocked. Ram Saint, who was in the center, said, all the calligraphy cultivators who participated in the competition, Ram Saint is impressed by your integrity. Although you can't enter the scripture temple this time, the library of the Imperial College is open to all of you for 1 year, including a scroll of the Holy Path. You can read it for 3 days. Ah. Thank you, Abbot Gong Yang. The calligraphy cultivator who transferred the recommendation talisman immediately shouted. Suddenly, another person shouted, Abbot Gong Yang, I also want to transfer the recommendation talisman to Mr. Good. Is it too late? It's never too late to do the right thing in the world. Everyone, the library of the Imperial College is open to all of you. Ram Saint shouted again. I recommend Mr. Good. Me too. I want to transfer it to Mr. Good. Suddenly, a large number of calligraphy cultivators who received the recommendation talisman started to recommend Gu Hai. The sages in the sky stared at this scene. Ram Saint, how dare you bribe the contestants? A sage exclaimed. They were worried that the incident with Wu Yazi would repeat itself, so the 500 sages spread out to recommend the contestants. Who would have thought that Ram Saint would be so shameless as to openly commit fraud and bribe Gu Hai? Ram Saint, I want to report this to the heavens. You committed fraud and bribed the contestants. Another sage shouted angrily. Bribe? You must be joking, sages. How did I bribe them? I only admired them after they made their decision and invited them into the directorate's library for an exchange of literary knowledge. Gong Yangxing said calmly. Quibble. The sages glared at him. Gong Yangxing sneered and no longer bothered with the sages. At this moment, the contestants in the square looked at each other. Immediately, many people began to shout loudly. I am proud of my literary skills. After seeing Mr. Good's work today, I am ashamed of my inferiority. I dare not accept the recommendation talisman. I am also willing to give the recommendation talisman to Mr. Good. I am also willing. Suddenly, a series of calligraphy cultivators handed over their recommendation talismans. Those who handed over their recommendation talismans were applauded by the crowd. Good job, President Zhang. Li Shanzhang, you are a righteous and magnanimous gentleman. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 200 people who had recommended Gu Hai. The remaining 200 people were still persisting. While they were persisting, there were complaints from the crowd in the distance. President Chen, I thought too highly of him. I thought he was so noble, and I even wanted to go to his academy for an exchange. I didn't expect him to be such a shameless person. What a disgrace. He doesn't belong to you at all, but you hold on to him. You will be ridiculed by the world. Pfft, what the hell? Curses were heard from all directions. Although they weren't loud, they were heard by the 200 people. It was as if they were resisting the humiliation from the whole world. I only got a recommendation talisman. Even with this recommendation talisman, I can't enter the holy temple of Wen Dao. Forget it, I won't continue to embarrass myself here. Mr. Good, I am ashamed to accept this recommendation talisman. Please don't dislike it. Suddenly, another person shouted. At this moment, Qing Emperor stood in the distance and stared at that person. He smiled coldly and said, "Another one of your supporters." "Huh? Emperor, what supporter?" King of Elixirs asked curiously. "Can't you see? The compliments and disdain of the people around are all deliberately led by some people." The first person who gave the recommendation talisman to Gu Hai was also a member of Deqian. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. "That's it?" King of Elixirs was slightly stunned. Qing Emperor took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. Indeed, after one person started, more people started to give the recommendation talisman to Gu Hai. One after another, in the blink of an eye, there were only 100 people left. Among these 100 people, there were about 30 people from each of the 3 holy lands. There were 10 people who were unwilling to recommend Gu Hai. No matter how many people scolded them, they couldn't change their minds. These 100 people couldn't get them to hand over the recommendation talisman. Ram Saint looked up at the sky again. Reporting to the heavens, I am the host of the first round of the calligraphy Dao competition. The last 400 participants who received the recommendation talisman felt that they were not as good as Gu Hai. Hence, they gave the recommendation talisman to Gu Hai. "Please recommend." Ram Saint shouted to the sky. Rumble. Suddenly, the Sea of Providence rumbled again. Out of the 500 recommendation talismans, 400 of them moved slowly. Like a searchlight beam, they rushed towards Gu Hai. Buzz! Gu Hai's body emitted a bright white light. His Holiness, Gu Hai received 1,900 recommendation talismans. Takashi Ryushin said excitedly. His Holiness is wise. The Deqian officials said respectfully. Previously, when His Holiness chose Gu Hai, although the officials didn't say anything, they were very against it in their hearts. No one thought that Gu Hai had the ability to do so. Especially at the beginning, when Changsheng's egg made 100 sages pregnant, the officials cursed Gu Hai in their hearts. They thought that Gu Hai was done for this time and wouldn't get a single recommendation talisman. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, the number of recommendation talismans that Gu Hai received far exceeded the officials' expectations. Everyone looked at Gu Hai differently. Not bad. Daqiancheng praised. The people congratulated Gu Hai. Mo Yike, Bingheim, and Mu Chenfeng all smiled. Only the sages in the sky were speechless. After doing those shameless things, they actually gave Gu Hai 1,900 recommendation talismans. This was more than just a slap in the face. The 2,000 sages even felt uncomfortable. What a disgrace. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded from behind the 2,000 sages. It was the 8,000 sages from the other 3 holy lands. They were disdainfully criticizing the 2,000 sages. The 8,000 sages from the 3 holy lands didn't participate in the 2,000 sages' interference in the competition. They only looked on coldly. When everything was over, they showed disdain. We're disgracing ourselves. What can you do if it's you? The 2,000 sages glared. Go away. One of the 8,000 sages said coldly. Chapter 573. 400 recommendation talismans were given to Gu Hai. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the people who had given him 400 recommendation talismans. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Good. Everyone returned the gesture. Mr. Good, can you finish your essay? That's right, Mr. Gu. Please finish it. Mr. Good, what's next? How many lines are there? All the calligraphy competitors were curious. The surroundings also quieted down. After all, The 5-word poem just now contained a grand aura that existed forever in the air. It was definitely extraordinary, and many people wanted to see what exactly it was. The Song of Righteousness has 65-word poems. I haven't thought of the remaining 52. Sorry. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ah. The calligraphy cultivators were stunned. 60 lines. How many lines have you thought of? You haven't thought of the rest? How is that possible? Do you think we'll believe you? You haven't thought of the remaining 52 lines? The competitors frowned slightly, but no one blamed Gu Hai. Instead, they looked up at the sages with strange expressions. Mr. Good must be mocking the calligraphy sages. Mr. Good is right. We should discuss them. Some people shouted excitedly. Humph. The 500 calligraphy sages snorted. Obviously, they were despised by the 8,000 sages in the second round. Now that they were mocked by Gu Hai again, they had nothing to say. Gu Hai could only smile bitterly. There were indeed 52 lines left in the Song of Righteousness. However, he was stuck and couldn't change them. There were so many historical figures. He couldn't change them in such a short time. He was telling the truth. Why didn't anyone believe him? Regardless of what others thought, the first round of the competition was over. Gu Hai carefully rolled up the essay written by Zi Wei. This was the initial text. Back then, when he tore the bringing in the wine, the massive power of the initial text rushed into his body and forcefully pulled his power to the level of opening the heavenly palace. Now, the power of the questions and answers and half of the Song of Righteousness would definitely be stronger. Very carefully, Gu Hai put it away. Perhaps one day, he would need it. Seeing Gu Hai put away the article, many people felt a sense of regret. After all, many people wanted to collect this article. In the outside world, Yi Hua left gloomily and flew to Tai Chu's side. Father, I have embarrassed you. Yi Hua smiled bitterly. Tai Chu looked at the field and shook his head. It's not your fault. Even if you can get results, it's useless. Ah. Why? Yi Hua was slightly taken aback. You didn't see through it, but Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong did. Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes as he looked at Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong in the distance. Oh. Before the calligraphy competition, Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong led the representatives of the Dian dynasty and the Great Yellow dynasty to leave in advance. Did they think they were inferior to Gu Hai? Yi Hua said in surprise. Tai Chu shook his head. Qing Emperor is already extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Emperor Kong is also smart. He discovered De Qian's plan early and didn't want to embarrass himself. Embarrass himself? Do you think Ram Saint only knows how to bribe people? Tai Chu narrowed his eyes. If he doesn't bribe people, does he want to use force and rob others of their recommendation talismans? Yi Hua's eyes were filled with disbelief. Tai Chu didn't refute. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, if the effect is not obvious, it's not impossible. I just didn't expect Long Zhanggua to be so determined this time. What is he planning? In the south. The Taishang Juzi also looked at Daiqiancheng in the distance. Juzi, old man Guanqi planned so much last time so that he could enter the sacred hall of Wendao. Why didn't Daiqiancheng participate in the competition? Didn't he want to enter the sacred hall of Wendao? If he didn't enter the sacred hall of Wendao, why did he plan so much? A disciple of the Taishang sect frowned. The Taishang sect Juzi shook his head. No one can see through Daiqiancheng. In the West, the future Buddha was extremely silent and didn't say a word. Emperor, did Daiqiancheng go just to help Gu Hai? The king of elixirs frowned. The Qing emperor shook his head. Long Zhanggua never does useless things. Gu Hai isn't qualified for him to use De Qian resources to help him. He must be planning something. But what is he planning? Even if Gu Hai succeeds in the end, he won't get anything, right? The king of elixirs didn't understand. I'm not sure yet. The Qing emperor shook his head. In the sky, the 2,000 sages had already moved aside. The 100 pregnant sages hadn't woken up yet. The group of arrogant sages had now returned in defeat. The 8,000 sages slowly stood at the top of the central square. Each of them looked down at Gu Hai. They were much more dignified than the previous 2,000 sages. Not only did they have 4 times the number of sages, but they were also much more shrewd than the previous 2,000 sages. The first round of the 1,000 Sage Conference has ended. Those with recommendation talismans will enter the second round. In the second round, Solar God Palace, Wansho Taoism, Spiritual Mountain, and those with recommendation talismans will compete for the sages' recommendation talismans. Everyone, get ready. In 2 hours, the second round of the 1,000 Sage Conference will officially begin. Ram Saint shouted. Standing not far from Gu Hai, more than half of the 100 recommendation talismans were from the 3 Holy Lands. Hence, the main battle was between Gu Hai and the 3 Holy Lands. The Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and the future Buddha were about to speak. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky. Wait. Ram Saint turned to look at the sky. It was a sage who interrupted Ram Saint. Everyone looked up at the sky. That sage said in a low voice, in the second round of the 1,000 Sage Conference, we can set a restriction for all the participants. Set a restriction. Sage, please speak. Ram Saint said in a low voice. In the second round, everything will depend on one's own skills. Writing brushes, guqin, chess, and painting brushes, all participants will be treated the same. In the second round, heaven-grade guqin, writing brushes, and painting brushes are not allowed. The sage said. What? We're not allowed to participate? Ziwei glared. Old thing, do you believe that I'll ask Gaochen to sing a song for you? Chang Sheng was instantly irritated. Gaochen looked at Chang Sheng speechlessly, then turned to the sage and said, ask Chang Sheng to draw an egg for you. Before the crowd could react, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng jumped up. How dare you? The sage suddenly shouted. At this moment, Gu Hai frowned. Others didn't know the situation, but Gu Hai himself knew. Among the 4 arts, he was best at chess. He wasn't good at the other 3. Moreover, he didn't have a concept to speak of. Mr. Good? Ram Saint frowned and looked at Gu Hai. It was as if he wanted to see Gu Hai's attitude. Gu Hai frowned and didn't say anything. Gong Yangsheng immediately understood what he meant. The sage who spoke earlier said coldly, in the first round of the grand competition just now, we all saw it clearly. Gu Hai relied on Chang Sheng for the painting Dao, right? Gaochen for the guqin Dao, right? Yes, the calligraphy Dao is your own method. You can create good works, but so what? Although we won't choose you, we can't let you lie to the world. Ha, lie, you're wrong. Gu Hai sneered. Ha! The sage's eyes widened. I'll tell you one more time. I'm only good at chess. I don't know anything about the guqin Dao or the painting Dao. I don't even know anything about the calligraphy Dao that you're talking about. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai was telling the truth. But at this moment, no one believed him. Be it Daqiansheng, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, the beginning, Tai Shang, or the future Buddha, no one believed what Gu Hai said. Mr. Good is being sarcastic. Yes, Mr. Good is so good at chess, calligraphy, and painting. How can he not know anything? That sage is really a good-for-nothing. Is there a need to bully people like that? I thought these 8,000 sages were better. It turns out that they're the same as the previous 2,000 sages. Bah! Immediately, there was a wave of criticism from all directions. Even the sages felt that Gu Hai was being sarcastic. After all, the calligraphy Dao was real. We set the rules. You have to follow what we say. The sage said coldly. Ram Saint said coldly, do you mean that everyone can only participate in one of the 4 categories? The leaders of the 3 holy lands can only participate in one. You can participate however you want. When did I say that each person can only participate in one category? The sage said coldly. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean it can't. The 4 of us will calculate the time and try to finish at the same time. Even the leaders of the 3 holy lands can only participate in one category. Do you believe me? Ram Saint said coldly. Presumptuous. Presumptuous? How is that presumptuous? The use of the heaven-grade guqin and heaven-grade pen is only to replace the contestant to participate in other categories when they're involved in one category. Previously, Gu Hai used it that way. You're not allowed to use the heaven-grade guqin and heaven-grade pen. Isn't that why each person can only participate in one category? Ram Saint said coldly. The sage stared at Ram Saint. If that's the case, each contestant can choose 3 people to be their assistants. However, the heaven-grade guqin and heaven-grade pen are not allowed. This is our final restriction. The sage said coldly. Ram Saint looked at the sage coldly and felt helpless. However, Gu Hai had lost Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei. This made things difficult for him. Alright, we'll begin in 2 hours. Get ready. The Sky Sage said in a low voice. Mr. Good, do we need to prepare anything? What kind of assistance do you want? Ram Saint asked. Gu Hai looked at the Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and the future Buddha in the distance and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was sure that these 3 people were definitely stronger than the contestants in the first round. They had a strong foundation in the path of literature, and the 8,000 sages were on their side. How could they compete in this competition? Now, he had to use Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei. It would be extremely difficult to get a recommendation talisman from the 8,000 sages. Forget it. Gaochen, Changsheng, Ziwei, you guys go first. Let Bingheim, Emoyike, and Mu Chenfeng come over. Gu Hai said. Chapter 574. Heavenly Yin City. At the end of the first round of the 1,000 Sage Assembly, Wu Yazi slowly left the stage and arrived in front of Emperor Kong. The 500 sages had already given their recommendation talismans to Wu Yazi, but he had given them to Gu Hai instead, allowing Gu Hai to obtain the talismans. Emperor. Wu Yazi bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Emperor Kong nodded. Wu Yazi bitterly smiled. I'm here to ask for forgiveness. I was lucky enough to obtain the 500 recommendation talismans, but I gave them to Gu Hai. Emperor Kong looked at Wu Yazi and shook his head. You can't be blamed for that. It's all because of old man Guanqi. No matter what, I promised the emperor, but in the end. Wu Yazi bitterly said. Don't take it to heart, mister. Besides, even if you didn't give them to Gu Hai, you still wouldn't have been able to. Daiqianshin prepared too much. Emperor Kong shook his head. Yes. Wu Yazi nodded. Emperor Kong continued looking at the stage, then suddenly turned to look at Bingheim. Wu Yazi stood behind Emperor Kong and retreated to the side. Without anyone noticing, he let out a sigh of relief. Bingheim, Emoyike, and Mu Chenfeng stood together. Just as they were celebrating Gu Hai's 1,900 recommendation talismans, Bingheim suddenly heard a voice. Her expression changed. Bingheim turned to look in Emperor Kong's direction. In the next instant, Bingheim's expression changed again. She turned to look in Absolute Beginning's direction. It seemed that both Absolute Beginning and Emperor Kong had sent Bingheim voice transmissions at the same time. Bingheim's expression changed drastically. She retreated behind Emoyike and Mu Chenfeng. What do you want? Bing Ji's face was filled with fear. Absolute Beginning and Emperor Kong simultaneously realized that the other was sending Bingheim voice transmissions. They turned to look at each other. Tai Chu sneered. But Emperor Kong's face was gloomy. No, I won't go with you. Bingheim said with an ugly expression. No, I can't do that without master's orders. Bingheim said with an ugly expression. Emperor Kong and Absolute Beginning continued to look at Bingheim as if they were sending a message to Bingheim. Bingheim's expression changed drastically, as if she was greatly alarmed. In the middle of the arena, the saint spoke up to make things difficult for Gu Hai, preventing Gu Hai from using Gaochen, longevity, and Ziwei. Suddenly, it was as if he had cut off Gu Hai's left and right arms. Forget it. Gaochen, Changsheng, Ziwei, you all can leave first. Tell Bingheim, Emoyike, and Mu Chen-feng to come over. Gu Hai said. Mr. Good. Sima Changkong, who had already walked out, suddenly shouted. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong, who was walking back. After the first round, there was still 2 hours before the second round, so the center of the arena was not heavily guarded. Moreover, Sima Changkong was a member of the Deqian, so Ram Saint could not stop him. Mr. Good, for the 3 deputies, you don't have to choose the people you brought. In fact, all the civil officials of the Deqian are at your disposal. Moreover, His Holiness has also arranged for some civil experts for you to choose from. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai frowned slightly. With my father, Sima Zongheng, who created the art of the netherworld, he can be your deputy. Moreover, His Holiness has also prepared a book of holy scriptures for you to use in the second round. Sima Changkong persuaded. Gu Hai frowned slightly and said, Mr. Sima, there is something I don't understand. I wonder if you can clear it up for me. Oh. Sima Changkong was puzzled. I remember that you said that old man Guanqi won first place in the last Sage Conference. How did he get the recommendation talisman in the second round? How many did he get? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Old man Guanqi. He got 5,200 recommendation talismans. Sima Changkong explained. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. In the first round, old man Guanqi got 1,200 recommendation talismans. In the second round, he got 4,000 recommendation talismans. He surpassed half in one go and became the first in the Sage Conference, entering the Sage Palace. Second round? How did he get the recommendation talismans? The 8,000 sages can just give the recommendation talismans to their respective holy lands. What do they want to compete in? Gu Hai frowned. The 3 holy lands mainly use the scriptures of the holy scriptures. The Taisheng scripture, the Taichu scripture, and the future scripture. In fact, the scriptures of the holy scriptures are a type of law, forming a world of its own. The world of law contains countless small rules, and similar rules can fight with each other. It is like each leading an army of rules in a war. When scriptures clash with scriptures, it is a kind of collision between the rules of heaven and earth. In order to protect their scriptures from being destroyed, they will compromise with each other and use the recommendation talisman to replace the loss of scriptures. It depends on the final result. Sima Changkong explained. This is the scripture of fighting. The scripture of the holy scriptures of fighting? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. Strictly speaking, the Taichu scripture was written by the Taichu scripture. It is just that it is not finished yet. It is still being perfected, and the rules of heaven and earth that the Taichu scripture comprehended are being added into the scripture. As time passes, it will become stronger and stronger. It will appear once every 1,000 years to compete with the Taisheng scripture and the future scripture. Sima Changkong explained. Oh. Then how about your Sima family's Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture. Ha, it was created by my father. My family has been working hard to perfect it, but it is still slightly lacking compared to theirs. However, although it is not as good as theirs, there are still some small rules that are better than theirs. When the time comes, all you need is the recommendation talisman. Sima Changkong explained. There are many small rules in the Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture. If the rules are strong, the other party will compromise and hand over the recommendation talisman. If the rules are weak, won't they be destroyed together with the scripture? We can't give the recommendation talisman to them. Then, after the competition, won't the Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture be destroyed by more than half? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Sima Changkong nodded. Gu Hai's face darkened slightly. Mr. Good, don't worry. This time, the De Qian will give you all the resources. The Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture is nothing. His Holiness has also prepared a scripture of the Holy Scripture that he collected. In addition to the scripture that Ram Saint and I got in the capital last time, His Holiness has organized a large number of scholars to assemble it. It is considered a quasi-holy scripture that can be used by you. Sima Changkong explained. A holy scripture, a quasi-holy scripture, and the Yellow Springs Law Annihilation scripture. Ha, Daiqiancheng is indeed thoughtful. What about the Guqin Dao, the art of painting, and the art of chess? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The corresponding songs, paintings, and chess records have been prepared for you. All you need is Mr. Good's final signature, and everything will be considered done by Mr. Good. Sima Changkong explained. That's very thoughtful. Did old man Guanqi do the same back then? Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. He didn't. He used the second method. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. Oh. Old man Guanqi directly challenged the sages. Challenged the sages? Yes, he challenged the chess sages first. He defeated all the chess sages with his chess skills and took the recommendation talisman from them. Took the recommendation talisman? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Before the sage's recommendation talisman, the host asked old man Guanqi to challenge the sages. Old man Guanqi's chess skills surpassed 1,500 chess sages, so he obtained 1,500 recommendation talismans. Then, like before, he used his chess skills to create the Guqin Dao master, Mr. Silvermoon. He defeated all the Guqin Dao sages and obtained 1,000 recommendation talismans. Then, he used his chess skills to create the Painting Dao master and defeated all the Painting Dao sages. He obtained 1,500 recommendation talismans and won the competition. Sima Changkong explained. You can do that? Gu Hai said in shock. Sima Changkong nodded. What about the calligraphy Dao? Old man Guanqi didn't use his chess skills to create the calligraphy Dao master to defeat all the sages? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The book Dao is the foundation of the book Dao. It is impossible to condense a book Dao saint. No, even if it is condensed, it will not be able to write a new Saint Dao scripture in a short period of time. After all, every Saint Dao scripture is comprehended after countless years. Sima Changkong bitterly smiled. Gu Hai looked up at the sages. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai said in a low voice, if that's the case, I'd like to challenge the sages. Huh? Sima Changkong was slightly taken aback. Why? Can't I? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Mr. Good, you want to play chess with the sages? Ram Saint was also stunned. That's right. If old man Guanqi can do it, I'll give it a try too. At least I've suddenly realized that the sages are only left with the heavenly souls, but they're nothing. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Okay. Ram Saint nodded. The four sages discussed. Each person can bring 3 assistants. How about this? Mo Yike and Mu Chenfeng don't have to come. Bingheim has the calligraphy Dao. Let Bingheim help me. The remaining two are up to you. I'll take care of the chess Dao, and I'll take care of the calligraphy Dao. Gu Hai said. Ram Saint and Sima Changkong were slightly taken aback, then nodded. Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Changsheng left the arena. Bingheim, Master wants you to help. Gao Chen called. What? Me? Bingheim's expression changed. In the distance, Emperor Kong and Alpha Primordium narrowed their eyes. Emperor Kong didn't say anything, but Alpha Primordium sneered. His mouth moved as if he was transmitting his voice. Bingheim's expression changed drastically. Don't. Gao Chen and the others didn't notice Bingheim's abnormality. Don't. Bingheim, don't worry. We were fine up there. Don't be nervous. Master is here. Don't be afraid. Gao Chen said. Bingheim's expression became more and more frightened, as if she was afraid of something. Everyone comforted her. Bingheim struggled for a long time before nodding and slowly walking to the center of the arena. Seeing Bingheim walk to the center of the arena, Alpha Primordium sneered. Sima Changkong left Gu Hai and quickly went to Daiqiansheng. He reported what Gu Hai said to Daiqiansheng in detail. Gu Hai is so confident that he wants to challenge a saint. Bai Ming Shou laughed. Daiqiansheng looked at Gu Hai in the distance. Let him ask, Sima Zongheng. Long Zhangguo said indifferently. Here. Sima Zongheng stepped out and said respectfully. Just as Sima Zongheng was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Daiqiansheng. Old man, I'm awake. You said you would wake me up before the Thousand Saints Conference. Why didn't you wake me up? How is it now? The officials turned their heads. Instead, he saw Long Wanyu hopping onto the stage. Seeing Princess Wanyu, everyone lowered their heads. Old man. Only you dare to say that. We didn't hear it. Chapter 575. My brother-in-law is so powerful. More than what the monster ghost predicted. Monster ghost, didn't you say that my brother-in-law could only get 1,400 recommendation talismans in the first round? My brother-in-law got 1,900. Long Wanyu looked at the center of the square excitedly. Daiqiansheng frowned and looked at Long Wanyu. Old man, why are you looking at me? Long Wanyu shouted. Bai Ming Shou said anxiously, Princess Wanyu, what did you say? Gu Hai got 500 more recommendation talismans than what you predicted. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with your prediction? You are the one with a problem. I only predicted that brother-in-law would enter the Wendao temple. When did I say that I predicted 1,400? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. But, didn't you just? Bai Ming Shou said. Aren't you Master Shou? Don't you know that there are many uncertainties in the future? Besides, I mainly predicted brother-in-law's final result. I didn't predict brother-in-law's process in detail. It was the monster ghost who said that he predicted the process. Not only did he predict it, but he also got himself involved. He hasn't woken up yet. Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. The monster ghost predicted wrongly. Bai Ming Shou was confused. Of course, you don't know how difficult it was to predict this time. Long Wanyu nodded. Then, why don't you predict again? How many recommendation talismans will Gu Hai get in the second round? Bai Ming Shou was worried. Long Wanyu looked at Bai Ming Shou and rolled her eyes. Look at me. Do I look stupid? Huh? Bai Ming Shou was stunned. The monster ghost fainted in order to predict, and even I have been unconscious for so long. You want me to predict again? Don't even think about it. Long Wanyu glared. Bai Ming Shou. Wanyu, are you sure about the result? Are you sure Gu Hai can enter? Long Zhanghua asked in a low voice. Of course, it's me. You don't even believe me? Long Wanyu suddenly said. But why would the demonic ghost spirit's prediction be wrong? Long Zhanghua asked solemnly. How would I know? He fainted. Long Wanyu shook her head. Right, what are you guys doing now? Why hasn't the second round started yet? Long Wanyu asked doubtfully. No one dared to say anything in front of Long Zhanghua. Little Sima, you say it. Long Wanyu pointed at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. My father is here, and so is His Holiness. Why are you pointing at me? Sima Changkong turned to Long Zhanghua and Sima Zongheng. Long Zhanghua didn't say anything. Sima Zongheng glanced at Long Zhanghua and nodded at Sima Changkong. Princess, we are now choosing an assistant for Gu Hai. Sima Changkong explained. Assistant? I'll go. Old man, I'll go and be my brother-in-law's assistant. Let me go. Long Wanyu said excitedly. What are you going to do? Do you know anything about Wenxiu? Bai Mingshou frowned. There was no room for error in this Thousand Saints conference. Naturally, he couldn't let Long Wanyu fool around. My brother-in-law is enough. What are you afraid of? I'll go. Long Wanyu shouted. Daiqianchen glanced at Long Wanyu and nodded. Wanyu, you go. Ah. His Holiness. Bai Mingshou, Sima Zongheng and the other officials were anxious. Ha, the old man is the best. Long Wanyu said happily. Sima Zongheng, you don't need to go. Let Sima Changkong go. We need 2 people. Wanyu and Sima Changkong will make up for it. Long Zhanghua said lightly. His Holiness. Yes. Sima Zongheng wanted to stop him, but he didn't say anything in the end. He nodded. Long Zhanghua was arbitrary. Naturally, no one could stop him. Long Wanyu ran to Gu Hai happily. Sima Changkong also went to the center of the square with a pile of things. Soon, Bingheim, Long Wanyu, Sima Changkong and Gu Hai met up. Brother-in-law, I'll help you in the second round of the competition. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. Gu Hai opened his mouth slightly when he saw Long Wanyu. Daiqianchen sent Long Wanyu to be his assistant. He trusted me too much, didn't he? Wanyu, you're awake. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Yes, I slept for a while. I'm fine now. Brother-in-law, I heard that you made the sage pregnant. Long Wanyu looked at the sage who was still unconscious in the sky and said excitedly. Gu Hai was speechless. What do you mean I made the sage pregnant? Your Majesty. This subject's ability is limited. I'm afraid I'll be a burden to your Majesty. How about your Majesty invite some of the Deqian officials? Bingheim said with a trace of pleading. In the distance, Tai Chu's eyes turned cold as he snorted. It was obvious that he had already told Bingheim. Bingheim was now backing out, but she was ruining Tai Chu's plan. Deqian officials are ultimately outsiders. You're one of us. Don't worry, I'm here. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're one of us. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Bingheim didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Yes, this subject will do her best. Bingheim said with a lump in her throat. Brother-in-law, am I not one of us? Long Wanyu said proudly. You? Do you still need to ask? Gu Hai rolled his eyes. I knew it. Brother-in-law is the best to me. Long Wanyu said with a smile. Mr. Good, this one is not talented. I'll cooperate with you. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Mr. Sima, thank you for your trouble. Gu Hai said with a smile. Sima Changkong nodded. Look, Mr. Good found 3 assistants. Mr. Sima. He was almost the top scorer in the last exam. He's definitely right. That woman was brought by Mr. Good, right? I think she's called Bingheim. Her literary skills are average. Ah, there's also Princess Wanyu. Suddenly, the voices of the people came from all directions. The people were talking, but Long Wanyu was very excited. That was because the voices of the people were mostly praising Gu Hai. She was also basking in the glory. Now that hundreds of millions of people were praising her, Long Wanyu felt like she was floating. However, this combination caused the various great forces to reveal puzzled expressions. Qing Emperor touched the thumb ring on his hand and frowned. De Qian Grand Tutor, Sima Zongheng, is not participating. Is Long Zhanghua that conceited? Kong Di narrowed his eyes and stared at Bingheim in the distance. Tai Shang, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha all looked indifferent. 2 hours have passed. The second round of the Sage Assembly will begin. Participants of Apollo Palace, Wanshou Taoism, and the Holy Land of Mount Ling, please enter. Ram Saint shouted. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha called out. He waved his hand and brought 3 bodhisattvas to the central square. One of them was the purple bamboo bodhisattva who was injured by Gu Hai's cannon in Tianmao City not long ago. The purple bamboo bodhisattva followed behind the future Buddha and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Ha! Tai Chu chuckled and waved his sleeves. He brought the 2 six-winged angels and Yihua to the center of the square. Yihua looked coldly at Gu Hai and snorted. The Grand Supreme Path's Daozi waved his sleeve and brought the white-clad men with the Taiji symbol on their chests to the center of the plaza. As they flew, the Grand Supreme Path's Daozi looked coldly at Gu Hai. There were still hundreds of participants in the square. They were immediately divided into 4 groups. 3 groups went to Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and the future Buddha, while the other 10 were alone. These 100 people did not look for assistance. Greetings, true Lord. Thousands of sages in the sky bowed respectfully to Tai Chu. Greetings, future Buddha. Thousands of sages bowed respectfully to the future Buddha. Greetings, Tai Shang. Thousands of sages bowed respectfully to Tai Shang. It was the opposite of before. Previously, the 2,000 sages were high and mighty and looked down on everyone. Now, the 8,000 sages were extremely respectful to the leaders of the 3 holy lands. What are they doing? Why are they bowing to them? Is this a saint? Long Wanyu had a displeased expression on her face. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Princess, you don't know. These sages were from the 3 holy lands when they were alive. Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and Future are the most respected people in the 3 holy lands. Even if the sages in the sky are older, it's useless. Why? Long Wanyu frowned. Take Tai Chu as an example. He's not even 10,000 years old. But did you know that every 10,000 years, Tai Chu's soul will reincarnate and be found again? He's been Tai Chu since ancient times. It's just that he keeps reincarnating. The sages in the sky may be very old, but they're all Tai Chu's juniors. Some are even Tai Chu's disciples. Sima Changkong explained. However, Gu Hai recalled a small snake he had saved in the past, Xiaoro. She was the reincarnation of Taiwa's soul. Later on, she merged with Taiwa's corpse, heavenly soul, and human soul. So they're a bunch of old farts. Long Wanyu was enlightened. How dare you? Yihua glared at them and shouted angrily. Humph. Long Wanyu snorted and ignored him. The 3 holy lands are different. Spiritual Mountain's holy land is the reincarnation of Buddha. The future Buddha is still the future Buddha. Only the Wanshou Taoism's Taishang is different. She might not be the first Taishang, so when they call Taishang, they add, giant. Sima Changkong explained. Oh. Why? Long Wanyu was confused. I'm not sure, but I heard from my father that taisheng is not a person, but a state of mind. When one reaches this state of mind, anyone can be a taisheng. This generation's giant taisheng should have the closest state of mind, so she was chosen as a taisheng. She's called the giant of taisheng Dao. She's not completely a taisheng yet. Only when her state of mind is completely compatible can she be called a taisheng. Sima Changkong explained. It's so complicated. Long Wanyu shook her head, indicating that she did not understand. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. The participants have all been gathered. For the second round of the Thousand Sage Assembly, I, Gong Yang Sheng, will preside over the calligraphy Dao, Ding Ding will preside over the zither Dao, Lun Yan will preside over the painting Dao, and Guan Jiu will preside over the chess Dao competition. Gu Hai, step forward, the ninth young master said. Gu Hai stepped forward slowly. Again. Ha ha ha, in the first round, Gu Hai was the first to show. Then, he drew an egg and made the sages pregnant. Again. Gu Hai is the first to show again. Is he going to draw an egg? No, this is chess. What's the use of chess? The crowd was discussing. However, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Gu Hai, am proud of my achievements in the art of chess. I am willing to use my recommendation talisman to make a bet with the saint. I invite the saint to fight with me in the art of chess. Challenge the sages. Gu Hai shouted, and the crowd fell silent. Many people widened their eyes. Chapter 576. Challenging a Saint. The crowd fell silent as they stared at Gu Hai. Then, they burst into an uproar. Mr. Good is going to challenge a saint? Are you kidding me? That's a saint we're talking about. He's an accomplished chess player. But Mr. Good isn't that bad either. I heard that old man Guanqi was like that back then. Mr. Good might be able to do it. Mr. Good will definitely win. The crowd clamored. The saints were also furious. You're overestimating yourself. You want to learn from old man Guanqi? You're digging your own grave. Do you want to embarrass yourself? Gu Hai, you think you can challenge us? The saints were dismissive. Tai Chu and Tai Sheng, who were nearby, narrowed their eyes. The future Buddha didn't say a word. Father, is that Gu Hai out of his mind? Does he think he's old man Guanqi? Yi Hua said disdainfully. The ninth young master said in a low voice, I'll host the second round of the chess tournament. Gu Hai is allowed to challenge a saint. A saint will lose if he doesn't fight. Please make a quick decision, saint. How dare you? The saints shouted coldly. The ninth young master looked at the sky coldly. He was not afraid. Which saint will go first? Gu Hai said in a low voice. You're overestimating yourself. Since you're asking for your own death, I'll show you what it means to respect your elders. A saint shouted. The ninth young master waved his hand, and a huge chessboard appeared in front of Gu Hai. Black and white pieces were placed on the side. I'll host the second round of the chess tournament. Saints are allowed to leave the ocean of righteousness and play against Gu Hai. The ninth young master shouted. The saints snorted coldly. The saint who spoke earlier flicked his sleeves and appeared in front of Gu Hai like a beam of white light. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying the weak. You go first. The saint said coldly. Many thanks. Gu Hai smiled. As he spoke, he picked up a black chess piece and placed it in the center of the chessboard. Pa! The stone was placed in the center, at the Tianyuan position. You want to learn from old man Guanqi, the head disciple Tianyuan? The saint said coldly. Pa! The sage made his move. Smack! 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 Gu Hai and Sage quickly placed their pieces. With the 4 hosts watching, the other 3 competitions did not start. Everyone could only stare at the chessboard. Tai Chu and Tai Sheng watched coldly. The future Buddha didn't say a word. In the outside world, Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, Wu Yazi, and the others were all staring at the chessboard. In the blink of an eye, 200 pieces had been placed. Gu Hai stared at the chessboard, immersing himself in it. As he watched, Gu Hai frowned. Although this wasn't old man Guanqi's heaven and earth chessboard, Gu Hai was able to analyze the saint's skill. It was barely at the level of the 31 heaven and earth chessboard. It was even worse than Wu Yazi's heaven and earth chessboard. Hurry up, hurry up. It's your turn. The saint shouted. Gu Hai frowned at the saint in front of him. Was it because the saint was too weak, or was it because his skill was too high? What are you waiting for? Are you going to admit defeat? The saint said coldly. Pa. Gu Hai placed his chess piece and said, "Thank you for letting me win." What do you mean? You. Ugh. The saint was enraged at first, but then he looked at the chessboard in shock. Why did the chessboard suddenly change? No, that's impossible. How did I lose? The saint said in shock. Gu Hai wins the first round. Please verify that the saint's recommendation talisman was lost to Gu Hai. The 9th young master shouted. How could this be? How could this be? The saint looked at the chessboard in shock. What do you mean, how could this be? It's fine if you lose, but it's not embarrassing to lose to my brother-in-law. Hurry up and hand over the recommendation talisman. The Long Wanyu shouted. Little girl. The saint flew into a rage out of humiliation. Please have some self-respect, saint. The 9th young master shouted. Humph. The saint snorted coldly. Boom. Another recommendation talisman appeared in the sky. The recommendation talisman shone a beam of light that rushed toward Gu Hai and enveloped him. Mr. Good won. The spectators were shocked. Mr. Good really won. It turns out that these saints aren't that great after all. Mr. Good won so easily. Doesn't that mean he can win against all the saints slowly? As long as there's time, Mr. Good can keep winning. The spectators were happy for Gu Hai, but the Deqian officials were excited. If Gu Hai could win one, he could win another one. He just had to take it slow and win slowly. Humph. The saint snorted coldly and returned to the Sea of Providence. Gu Hai just got lucky. Yi Hua said in disbelief. The 9th young master, Ram Saint, and the others were also very happy. Mr. Good, do you want to rest for a while? The 9th young master asked. No need. This time, let's invite 10 more saints. Gu Hai shook his head and said. What? The spectators were confused. I don't know if these saints' Go skills are already so weak, or if they're only heavenly souls and their Go skills are much weaker. I just feel that the saints were too weak in the game just now. Gu Hai shook his head. How dare you, you brat! How dare you! B** starred. How dare you slander me! The Sky Saint roared. The spectators were naturally in an uproar. How arrogant! Mr. Good is too presumptuous, isn't he? They ignored the spectators and the saints' roars. The 9th young master frowned and said, Mr. Good, if you play 10 games at the same time, you'll have to pay attention to 10 different places. It's easy to make mistakes. Why don't you play one game at a time? That way, you'll definitely win. No need. Let them do it. Gu Hai shook his head. All right. The 9th young master nodded. The 9th young master turned around and looked at the sky. With me in charge of the game of Go, let's invite 10 more saints to play against Gu Hai in the second round. I'll do it. Sage Lu only made a mistake earlier. Gu Hai, you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you a lesson. You overestimate yourself. How dare you challenge 10 of us? The 10 saints slowly flew to the square in anger. 10 Go games were laid out in front of Gu Hai. Everyone, I'll continue to play as before. Gu Hai said with a smile. Now you know how to beg for mercy. It's useless. I'll teach you a lesson today. A chess saint said coldly. Gu Hai took out 10 black Go stones and sprinkled them gently. Clap. The 10 black Go stones were neatly thrown into the Tianyuan position of the 10 Go games. The saints were slightly stunned. Aren't you going to play the Go stones one by one? A saint said in shock. If the Go stones were placed one by one would have more time to think. Speaking of which, it was just taking turns to place the Go stones on the 10 Go games in one's mind. However, when one sprinkled the Go stones at the same time, it was like having 10 Go games in one's mind. One had to remember every change in the 10 Go games clearly at all times. This increased the difficulty by more than 10 times. The saints snorted. Pa! 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 The 10 saints placed their Go stones at the same time. Clap! Gu Hai sprinkled 10 black Go stones and placed them on the Go games at the same time. The saints looked at Gu Hai coldly, thinking that Gu Hai was humiliating them. However, Gu Hai ignored them and continued to play. The entire heavenly Yin city fell silent as they watched Gu Hai fight against the 10 saints at the same time. In the north, His Holiness. I remember that old man Guanqi also played Go like this back then. Bai Mingshou said in a deep voice. Sima Zongheng, who was at the side, said in a deep voice, Old man Guanqi said that the saints' Go skills should not be like this. They seem to be much weaker than when they were alive. Daiqiansheng held on to the dragon throne and looked at the field coldly. That is because a portion of the saints' Go skills have been taken away by the heavens. Taken away by the heavens? How can that be taken away? Takashi Ryushin, who was at the side, said in shock. Daiqiansheng looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Whatever the heavens want to take away from you, they will take away from you. Nothing is impossible. After all, he is the heavens. Ah! Takashi Ryushin and the surrounding officials were confused. However, Shaoqin saw Gu Hai continuously tossing out 10 black Go stones. Then, he tossed out nearly 200 black Go stones each time. Everyone, thank you for letting me win. Gu Hai said calmly. Smack! 10 black Go stones landed on the Go board at the same time. No, how can this be? The 10 saints stared at the Go board. The heavenly sage was also shocked. Is it the same as 1,000 years ago? That's impossible. It's already bad enough that there's one old man Guanqi in this world. How can there be another one? Brother-in-law, you're so good. Long Wanyu exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Gu Hai place his Go stones, Long Wanyu instinctively felt a sense of coolness. Her brother-in-law is so cool. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, recommendation talismans appeared one after another. Another 10 recommendation talismans shone brightly, instantly enveloping Gu Hai. Gu Hai had won again. The people outside were in an uproar. So, this is the extent of the saints' Go skills. They can even be judges. Mr. Good is still the best. Ha ha ha. This is the extent of the saints' Go skills. It's too easy to challenge the saints. I can do it too. You? Forget it. That's because Mr. Good is good at Go. The people were in an uproar. However, because of what Gu Hai was going to say in the next moment, all of them fell silent. The Go skills of 10 saints are still not enough. Please host. This time, I want to play 100 Go games. Gu Hai said solemnly. 100 Go games? The people quieted down and stared at Gu Hai. The saint who had just lost the Go game flung his sleeve and said, "You've gone too far, you brat." Humph. The 10 saints rushed to the sky. The 9th young master looked at Gu Hai worriedly. "Mr. Good, isn't it good to play 10 Go games at the same time? What if a saint's Go skills can barely enter the 31st heaven Go game? 10 saints are considered to have reached the next level, but they're still a ways off from Mr. Wu Yazi's 31st heaven Go game. 10 saints can't be compared to Mr. Wu Yazi's 31st heaven Go game. Don't worry, I'll do what I can. This time, I want 100 Go games," Gu Hai said solemnly. Chapter 577. I want 100. Gu Hai's resolute attitude put the 9th young master in a difficult spot. This time, he promised Daqiansheng that he would do his best to get more recommendation talismans for Gu Hai. This was a sure-win situation. Why did he have to take such a risk? The 9th young master turned his head to look at Daqiansheng. However, Daqiansheng nodded gently. "Hurry up. What are you looking at? It's just dealing with these newbies. What's there to worry about? If my brother-in-law says it's possible, then it's definitely possible." Long Wanyu immediately shouted. The 9th young master smiled bitterly and said, "Very well, then. Let's invite 100 Go sages to play against Gu Hai." With this shout, the Go sages in the sky immediately roared in anger. "That's too much. That's too much. Humph. Do you really want to learn from old man Guanqi? He wants to play against everyone at the same time. Do you dare?" The sages were enraged. However, 100 sages still flew down angrily. 100 Go boards surrounded Gu Hai. "Gu Hai, take the black Go stones. Begin." The 9th young master shouted. Gu Hai stretched out his hand again, and 100 black Go stones immediately landed on the 100 stones Tianyuan. The clamor of Heavenly Yin City's citizens died down significantly. All of them looked at Gu Hai in shock. Playing 100 Go sages at one go was not something one could see normally. All 100 of them were Go sages. Clack! 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 100 sages continuously placed their Go stones. Clack! Gu Hai placed 100 Go stones again. The two sides started playing again. Why did Gu Hai want to play against so many sages? It was not because he was arrogant or showing off. Instead, Gu Hai needed extremely complicated Go boards to boost his Go skills. Chess skills. In the past, there was the Heaven and Earth chess game, 28, 29, 30, 31. Every time he cleared a game, Gu Hai's Go skills would improve by leaps and bounds. This could be seen from the endgame that was constantly shrinking in the space between his eyebrows. The art of chess was a literary art that required opponents. The stronger the opponent, the better one would be able to hone oneself. However, with Gu Hai's current chess skills, it was extremely difficult for him to find an opponent. Even Wu Yazi's earlier move was only at the peak of 31. Gu Hai had already thoroughly comprehended the 31 heavens and earth's chess game, but he couldn't make any big strides forward. Now, 100 per battle was an opportunity. If the quality was not up to par, they could make up for it with quantity. Playing against 100 sages at the same time might seem complicated, and it would seem extremely difficult to memorize 100 Go games. However, to strong Go cultivators, it was not a big deal. This was because every Go cultivator had a frightening number of Go stones when they played Go puzzles. At the very least, Gu Hai had played 100,000 Go puzzles at the same time when he had 100,000 Go puzzles in his forehead. 100,000 incomplete Go puzzles could not compare to the Go puzzles laid out by these sages. However, in terms of quantity, it was extremely vast. If he could mentally calculate 100,000 Go puzzles, he could naturally do the same with 100. Paw. 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 Pack. Gu Hai was still methodically playing his go pieces, but the sages were infuriated. Around them, Tai Chu narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. Father, is Gu Hai really that good at go? Yi Hua was also shocked. Another old man Guanqi. Tai Chu said coldly. Ah. Yi Hua said in shock. Not far away, the Taisheng Juggernaut looked coldly at Gu Hai. Juggernaut, if Gu Hai's chess skills are so good, shouldn't we reconsider our previous plans? A Taisheng Juggernaut said with a frown. Do you know why I'm the Taisheng Juggernaut and you're not? The Taisheng Juggernaut said calmly. Huh, the Taisheng Juggernaut said in shock. You can still be blinded by external factors, but I've already reached the point where I can't be touched by anything. The Taisheng Juggernaut is to forget one's emotions and nature. Once you've decided on something, you can't change it easily, the Taisheng Juggernaut said coldly. Yes. On the other side, the future Buddha put his palms together. Amateus Buddha. What's wrong, Buddha? The purple bamboo bodhisattva asked in confusion. I use my psychic abilities to sense the go board. Ha, I can't calculate such a complicated go board with 1 against 100. The future Buddha said with a bitter smile. How can that Gu Hai's chess skills be so good? According to the information I've gathered these days, he's not even 100 years old. The purple bamboo bodhisattva said in a low voice. He's not even 100 years old. Why can't he be that good? The future Buddha said with a smile. Buddha, are you saying that Gu Hai is also a reincarnation? The purple bamboo bodhisattva's face darkened. The future Buddha took a deep breath and shook his head. He didn't say anything. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. The more skilled one was at chess, the more they knew how difficult the game was. This was especially true for Wu Yazi. His eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. Mr. Wu Yazi, how is Gu Hai's go skills? Emperor Kong asked with a frown. Wu Yazi shook his head. I'm not sure. However, the combined strength of 100 sages is comparable to the strength I had when I was possessed. Oh. Emperor Kong's face darkened. In the distance, the Qing Emperor stared intently at the go board. Emperor, how is that Gu Hai's go skills? I can't keep up with his go skills, the Pill King said with a frown. Don't interrupt me. The Qing Emperor said coldly. The Pill King looked up and saw the Qing Emperor staring intently at the go board. It was as if he could keep up with Gu Hai's go skills. Yes. The Pill King didn't dare to say anything else. In the center of the go board, Gu Hai continued to place his go pieces. As he did so, Gu Hai finally felt the go board between his eyebrows move. It seemed like it was about to merge again, but it was still a little short. Not enough, not enough. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What's not enough, brother-in-law? Long Wanyu asked curiously. Mr. Good, what's wrong? The 9th young master asked worriedly. He couldn't afford to make a mistake at a time like this. Not enough? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai can't hold on for much longer, right? A go sage sneered. Pa! Gu Hai immediately threw 100 black go pieces onto the go board. You let me win. What? The sages were stunned. They all looked down at the go board. What did you say, Gu Hai? We haven't lost yet. A few sages shouted angrily. However, most of the sages were dejected. How could this be? Haven't lost yet? You've all lost. In the outside world, Qing Emperor and Wu Yazi narrowed their eyes at the same time. The sages who were yelling angrily shouted for a while, then each placed a go piece. Then, without needing Gu Hai to say anything, everyone's jaws dropped. Gu Hai wins. The 9th young master shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, another 100 recommendation talismans shone with a dazzling light and rushed towards Gu Hai. Mr. Good, congratulations. The ninth young master said excitedly. Host, this time, I want all the remaining sages to come. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? There are 1,389 sages left. The ninth young master said in shock. Please. Gu Hai said solemnly. The ninth young master. Wu Yazi. The Qing emperor. The surroundings were silent. The ninth young master turned to look at Daiqiansheng. Is the scene from 1,000 years ago repeating itself? Bai Mingshou said in a low voice. Gu Hai. Guanqi. Daiqiansheng narrowed his eyes. Hurry up. These stinky potatoes are no match for my brother-in-law. The sooner we finish this, the better. Long Wanyu shouted. Humph. The 100 sages swung their sleeves and returned to the Sea of Providence. However, at this moment, none of the sages scolded Gu Hai anymore. This was because the same scene had happened 1,000 years ago, and it was even more terrifying that time. There was also the Tao of chess at that time. When that terrifying Tao of chess was unleashed, huge waves surged in the boundless sea. Even the sages were shocked. Fortunately, the Tao of chess was taken away by the heavens this time. There was no strange phenomenon. Long Wanyu didn't understand the Tao of chess, so she urged him to hurry up. However, the ninth young master didn't dare to. He looked at Daiqiansheng and waited for Daiqiansheng's decision. After all, they were taking a big risk this time. Approved. Daiqiansheng said calmly. Yes. The ninth young master replied. All sages, please place your pieces at the same time and play against Gu Hai. Those who don't will be punished as losers. The ninth young master shouted. Humph. The sages snorted coldly. Instantly, 1,389 sages landed on the square. A large number of Go boards were immediately laid out in the plaza. Then, attendants delivered mountainous amounts of Go stones to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, take the black pieces. Begin. The ninth young master shouted. Gu Hai swung his sleeves. Boom. More than 1,000 chess pieces landed on the Tianyuan position, but there was a loud sound. The surroundings were quiet. The sages continued to play against Gu Hai. 1 versus 1,389. Clap, 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 clap. Boom. The entire heavenly Yin city was silent. Everyone held their breaths as they watched Gu Hai place his chess pieces. When Gu Hai placed his 86th chess piece, he finally stopped moving as quickly as before. Instead, he started to think. Gu Hai can't do it. Ha, he finally doesn't know how to play. Yehua said excitedly. The purple bamboo bodhisattva also laughed. Who told you to overestimate yourself? Ha, now you can't place your pieces, right? The ninth young master revealed a worried expression. In the outside world, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked at the chessboard. Mr. Wu Yazi, what's the level of 1,000 sages playing chess at the same time? Emperor Kong asked solemnly. Wu Yazi furrowed his brows and said, I remember there was a record in old Mr. Guanqi's inheritance. Back then, when he played against 1,389 sages, he said that his chess power had already reached rank 32. 32 heavens and earth? I remember that old man Guanqi used 33 in his last game against the heavens. Emperor Kong frowned. Yes. 33 against the heavens? That's close to 32. Only one step away. Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Wu Yazi shook his head. One step away, but the difference is like heaven and earth. Emperor Kong nodded and didn't say anything else. However, Gu Hai's chess skills still shocked him. Gu Hai placed his chess pieces more slowly. It wasn't that he didn't know how to play them, but that as his chess skills continued to increase, Gu Hai made another breakthrough. In the space between his eyebrows, the 1,000 Go puzzles started to merge again. Boom! The first Go board merged, and like a chain reaction, more and more Go puzzles started to merge. Gu Hai's chess skills continued to increase rapidly. Chapter 578. Boom! The first chessboard merged into a 4-4. Like a chain reaction, more and more chessboards started to merge into a 4-4. Gu Hai's chessboard skills were rising rapidly. The group of sages started to get impatient. 1,389 chessboards. Gu Hai placed his pieces almost at the same time. It was as if he had laid out so many chessboards in his mind. Everyone was silent. In the north, Bai Ming-shou stared at the center of the square. These sages, in terms of temperament, are far inferior to Gu Hai and Old Man Guanqi. Bai Ming-shou said lightly. These sages? Ha, what do you think they have left? Dai Qianqing said lightly. Oh. Most of the literary cultivators are magnanimous and do not fear power or death. They maintain their original heart and are the foundation of the righteous path. Why is it that those people with great literary cultivation are not willing to come to the Thousand Saints Conference? The emperor of the great Qian dynasty said lightly. Has the Thousand Sage Conference changed? Bai Ming-shou frowned. That's right. The Thousand Sage Conference is said to be judged by the sages of the past. However, these sages are no longer the same. Their integrity, temperament, self-restraint, and the strength of the scholarly path have been taken away by the heavens. Now, they are merely the dogs of the heavens. Dai Qianqing said lightly. Huh. These sages are merely the watchdogs of the scholarly path. They say that the conference is open to the world, but as you can see, it is only open to the people of the 3 holy lands. Only Old Man Guanqi found a chance to see what was going on last time. The Thousand Sage Conference has long been a mess. Dai Qianqing said solemnly. That's why the few most powerful experts of the Wen Dao who are still alive are unwilling to come. The 3 holy lands have already been decided. What does it matter if they come or not? To humiliate themselves? Dai Qianqing said with a faint smile. Heavens? Bai Ming-shou looked up at the sky. There is no need to look. In the eyes of the heavens, we are just ants. If we do not become immortals, we will not be able to face the heavens. Dai Qianqing said coldly. Sigh. Bai Ming-shou nodded. He turned to look at the field. On the field, Gu Hai had some difficulty placing his chess pieces. Of course, the saints did not dare to underestimate him. Both sides continued to place their chess pieces. The densely packed chessboard was already extremely complicated. The countless literary cultivators in the surroundings couldn't hold on any longer. In the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, thousands of Go boards continued to merge. After Gu Hai played Go for a day and a night with the sages. Boom! Following the final loud noise, the 800 chess pieces had been combined into 200 chess pieces. Wu Yazi and Qing Emperor narrowed their eyes as they watched from afar. At this moment, Gu Hai and more than 1,000 saints were actually evenly matched. Gu Hai played bit by bit. The 9th young master, Long Wanyu, Bingheim, Sima Changkong, and the others all looked worried. Old Man Guanqi defeated 1,389 Go sages in 2 hours. Gu Hai has been playing for a day and a night, but there is still no winner. It seems that Gu Hai is far inferior to Old Man Guanqi. Yi Hua sneered. It is already extraordinary to have this kind of Go skill. There are not many people in the world who can find this kind of Go skill. Tai Chu said calmly. Was this his limit? No, Gu Hai felt that he had not reached his limit yet. He was not strong enough. Now, it was in a gelatinous state. Gu Hai felt that he could still break through. Host. Gu Hai suddenly looked at the ninth young master. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Why did Gu Hai call for a host in the middle of the game? Are you going to admit defeat? You want the host to help you cheat? Can't you call for a host in the middle of the game? A sage suddenly shouted. Mr. Good? The ninth young master was puzzled. We don't have enough people. Please let those Go sages who have lost before join in. They don't need to give me a recommendation talisman if they lose. If I lose, I will return the recommendation talisman to them. Gu Hai shouted. What? There was an uproar among the sages. The game was not over yet, and you want to add more opponents? You don't know what's good for you. Mr. Good, what are you? The ninth young master was anxious. He turned to look at Daiqiansheng. Daiqiansheng nodded slightly. The ninth young master was slightly stunned. He looked at the sky with a wry smile and said, All Go sages who have lost their recommendation talismans, are you willing to play again? The sages who had been humiliated by Gu Hai were stunned. How could there be such a good thing? I'll do it. I want my recommendation talisman back. Gu Hai is asking for it. Don't blame me. There were 500 Go sages in the first round. In the second round, there were 111 Go sages. All of them rushed down. They set up the chessboard again. Gu Hai was playing against 2,000 Go sages at the same time. In the north, Bai Ming Shou sneered, the integrity of these sages has been taken away by the heavens. Gu Hai threw a bone, and they rushed up like hungry dogs. Daiqiansheng nodded. They are no longer who they used to be. Not far away, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said with a gloomy face, Buddha, although Gu Hai has been playing for a longer time than Old Man Guanxi, he has to face more sages than Old Man Guanxi. The future Buddha put his palms together. Gu Hai. He really knows how to pick the right time to use the Go sage's Go skills to hone his own. After this round, Gu Hai's Go skills will skyrocket again. Huh? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was slightly stunned. As expected, as the number of Go sages increased to 2,000, Gu Hai found it more and more difficult to place his Go pieces. He had to think more and more. However, the more time he had to think, the greater the impact of Gu Hai's Go skills. Boom! Suddenly, the large Go board between his eyebrows condensed into a small Go board. Boom! 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 Gu Hai continued for 3 days and 3 nights. The 200 large Go boards slowly shrank and shrank. Eventually, they turned back into small Go boards. The complexity of the Go boards had reached a new level. At the same time, Gu Hai's Go pieces went from being difficult to being casual and relaxed. He went faster and faster, and the sages took longer and longer to think. Mr. Wu Yazi, Gu Hai has been playing for 5 days and 5 nights. Now that there are 2,000 sages, has he reached 32? Emperor Kong asked. 32. That's about it. Wu Yazi's eyes flashed with admiration. There were still 400 Go boards left between Gu Hai's eyebrows. On each Go board, the Go avatars became clearer and clearer. They seemed to have materialized. Each of them had a cold expression as they analyzed the Go board. At this point, it seemed like Gu Hai didn't need to think anymore. His Go skills had undergone a qualitative change. When he looked at the Go boards again, it was as easy as pie. Gu Hai could make his move in less than a breath of time. However, when Gu Hai made his move, the sages had to think for a long time. 400 Go avatars. With such a Go board, does that mean the cycle blade technique can advance to the cycle 6? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, sages. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, he threw out another 2,000 Go pieces. Boom! The go pieces landed on the go boards. Countless sages trembled, and a few of them fainted. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did your go skills suddenly increase by so much? A sage exclaimed. Thank you, everyone, Gu Hai said solemnly. Most of the sages saw the situation deteriorating. Even those who didn't realize that the go board could no longer continue. Even if they managed to hold on for a few more go pieces, they would lose without a doubt. Gu Hai, are you cheating? Impossible. How could you win against us? Suddenly, many Go Dao sages shouted angrily. On the high platform in the distance, Bai Ming Shou sneered and said, as expected, you don't have any integrity or bearing. You've been taken away by the heavens. How can you call yourself a sage with such an ugly face? I'll host the Go Dao competition. Reporting to the heavens, all the sages have lost to player Gu Hai. Please recommend the talisman. The ninth young master shouted. Rumble. The ocean of righteousness churned. No matter how the sages shouted, the recommendation talismans suddenly emerged from the ocean of righteousness, shooting out beams of white light that shrouded Gu Hai. Buzz. Gu Hai's body was shrouded in a large amount of white light that shone brightly. The sages were still shouting indignantly. The ninth young master said, the outcome has been decided. Sages, please go back. You've already lost once. If you do it again, you won't win again. The sages looked at Gu Hai angrily and remained silent for a while. Humph. The sages swung their sleeves and soared into the sky. Gu Hai's Go skills instantly shocked the entire Tianyin city when he fought against 2,000 Go Dao sages alone. In the first round of the competition, they only thought that Gu Hai's Go skills were impressive. Now, they felt that he was invincible. He had already soared into the sky. Those were 2,000 Go Dao sages. In the past, every one of them was a master in Go Dao. Now, they couldn't even defeat Gu Hai alone. Boom! After a moment of silence, Tianyin city suddenly burst into an uproar. The people were talking about it. Brother-in-law, you're so awesome. Long Wanyu said excitedly. It was as if she was the one who played the Go game. Gu Hai. You already have 32 Go skills. In the crowd, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. He stared at Gu Hai. A group of people sat in a restaurant not far from the central plaza. The person in the lead was Lord Tang, who had rescued 7 kills and Miyata from Gu Hai at Silver Moon Sea. Lord Tang held a wine cup and looked coldly at the central plaza in the distance. Lord Tang, that Gu Hai's Go skills are very impressive. A subordinate at the side said in shock. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. That old man's Go skills are very strong. I knew that he was impressive before, but I didn't expect him to be so impressive. Ah. Old man. That Gu Hai doesn't seem to be more than 100 years old. How is he an old man? That subordinate asked out of curiosity. I said that he looks like an old man. Isn't that right? Ha! Lord Tang said with a laugh. Perhaps. However, his Go skills are impressive. Impressive? He is too eye-catching. If he is not strong enough and is too eye-catching, he will have to pay the price. Everyone will look at him. If he has something good, he won't be able to hold on to it even if he wants to. Just like the Han Dynasty. Ha! Lord Tang revealed a cold smile. Chapter 579. After defeating the Go Dao sage, the number of recommendation talismans Gu Hai had reached 3,400 in the blink of an eye. To the countless officials in the Deqian Empire who were busy with this matter, this was definitely an unexpected result. Out of 10,000 recommendation talismans, as long as one could reach 5,001, they would be able to clinch first place. Now, there were only 1,501 left. They just needed to obtain another 1,500. The ninth young master, Ram Saint, Venerable Lun Yen, and Ding Ding all smiled. The Go Dao is over. Next is the Zither Dao. Mr. Good, do you have anything to say? Ding Ding looked at Gu Hai. After all, the mission this time was to help Gu Hai obtain more recommendation talismans. Of course, they had to ask Gu Hai. The Zither Dao. I said earlier that I am not good at it, so I will not interfere. Since Mr. Sima is prepared, I will let Mr. Sima do it on my behalf. Gu Hai said solemnly. Without Gaochen, Gu Hai could not perform the Zither Dao. Furthermore, there was no Zither Dao intent. Gu Hai could not interfere. However, in the eyes of others, it seemed like Gu Hai was purposely arguing with the sage. Mr. Good. Ding Ding said anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head. Alright, Sima Changkong. You are Gu Hai's assistant. Do your best later. Ding Ding looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong also confirmed with Gu Hai that Gu Hai could not do anything else. Sima Changkong could only agree with a bitter smile. Zither Dao sages, please give us your questions. Ding Ding looked up at the sky. There were more than 1,000 Zither Dao sages, and they all looked down. Although he did not say anything, Gu Hai had just taken advantage of a gap in the game of chess, so he could not afford to make another mistake. Contestants, each compose a song. We'll decide which one is better after listening to it and then vote for the recommendation talisman. A Zither Saint said in a deep voice. Question. Ding Ding shouted. Untitled. The Zither Saint said coldly. This time, no matter what you do, our recommendation talismans will only be given to the 3 holy lands. What kind of questions do you want? Let's begin. Ding Ding said solemnly. There were only 4 participants for the Guqin Dao. Sima Changkong, Tai Chu, the future Buddha, and Tai Shang. At this moment, Gu Hai sat on the chair behind Sima Changkong and carefully observed the 3 tycoons. The future Buddha's eyes were covered with a ribbon, so he could not see the look in his eyes. Absolute Beginning looked at Gu Hai with a faint smile on his face. However, Gu Hai seemed to see a deep malice behind that smile. He needed to be wary of this person. The Taishang Dao Tycoon was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Although she was beautiful, her cold eyes seemed to want to kill him. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Amateus Buddha, this humble monk's Zither Dao is sparse, only the wooden fish. Today, I will knock on a wooden fish and embarrass myself, the future Buddha said indifferently. As he spoke, he really took out a wooden fish with a flip of his hand. The moment the wooden fish appeared, some of the ordinary people around laughed. However, most of them focused. After all, that was the future Buddha. Knocking on a wooden fish might be different, right? Thud. It was the most ordinary sound of a wooden fish. However, it was extraordinary. When the wooden fish sounded, the world suddenly fell silent. Countless ordinary people, including Gu Hai, suddenly felt like the sound of this wooden fish was the only sound left in the world. When one closed their eyes, they seemed to see countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats chanting scriptures in the sky and on the ground. The sound of the wooden fish enveloped heavenly Yin city. This is the sound of one's soul. Be careful. Sima Changkong said solemnly. As he spoke, Sima Changkong took out a jade-green guqin and played it gently. My song is called Sima's Sound. It was created by my father in the past. Sima Changkong suddenly said solemnly. Ding! 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 Sima Changkong played the guqin. Suddenly, a Zither Dao concept seemed to condense into rolling dark clouds. Thousands of soldiers and horses rushed out of the dark clouds, roaring as they charged at the sages. Bastard! How dare you! How dare you! The sages immediately shouted angrily. Zither sages, I played this song to let you see it more carefully. Look carefully. Sima Changkong said with a laugh. Rumble. The thousands of soldiers and horses immediately charged at the sages of the heavenly Zither Dao. They kept galloping in front of them, stirring up chaos in the sky. Be careful. This is Gu Hai's scheme. He wants to use the thousands of soldiers to confuse us and make us lose our recommendation talismans. That's right. Last time, Old Man Guanxi condensed Mr. Silvermoon with his chess power. We were all confused at that time. He's far from Old Man Guanxi. While the sages were scolding, Taichu looked at the Most High Path's Juzi. Taishang, it's been another 1,000 years, and we still haven't entered the sacred temple of Wendao. I don't know if there's a problem with that thing. The 3 sacred grounds take turns to enter to prevent the world from being plunged into misery and suffering. If we don't enter now, there might be a great calamity. Tai Chu said lightly. Taishang looked at Tai Chu and nodded. Taishang Dao, I remember there's a song called Taishang's Sound of Longevity. Is it Taishang's secret? This time. Tai Chu smiled faintly. When the future Buddha heard Taishang's Sound of Longevity, he also turned his head abruptly. Taishang's Sound of Longevity is the sound of my Taishang Dao's inheritance. It contains the secret of longevity of my Taishang Dao. How can it be played casually? Tai Chu said coldly. That was then, and this is now. Besides, who can understand it? Isn't that right? Tai Chu smiled. Taishang Dao frowned and looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away. This 1,000-sage conference has already changed. Grand Elder, you should think about it yourself. Grand Primordium said indifferently. After a moment of silence, Taishang nodded. He reached out to play the zither. Taishang's Sound of Longevity. Taishang said lightly. Countless cultivators around did not understand what Taishang's Sound of Longevity was. However, Taishang gently flicked his finger. Ding! A crisp sound of the zither rang out. There's nothing powerful about it. Long Wanyu said blankly. Indeed, the sound of Taishang's playing did not seem to have any huge heaven and earth phenomenon. No, why is there only one ding sound when he's playing the zither with 5 fingers? Bingheim said blankly. Ah, yes, I also saw his 5 fingers each holding a string. Why is there only one note when he plucks it? Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. What do you mean by only one note? There are clearly 5 notes. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. 5 notes? It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Long Wanyu said blankly. However, Taishang played faster and faster, and his fingers seemed to be shaking quickly. Gu Hai listened to the sound of the zither and felt that it was as smooth as flowing water. Others could not feel anything, but Gu Hai suddenly felt that the sky was clear and boundless. His body seemed to have fallen into something, and then his consciousness became blurry. Why is it still ding, 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 ding? He plucked so many times and only these few sounds are coming out. Long Wanyu complained. The people around also looked at Taishang in the distance in confusion. This is Taishang's Taoist prodigy. What the hell is he playing? Yes, it's not a song at all. While the people were anxious. Oh no, His Holiness, Gu Hai, has fainted. Suddenly, Bai Mingshou exclaimed in shock. In an instant, all the Deqian officials looked down and saw that Gu Hai, who was sitting behind Sima Changkong, had fainted. What happened? Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Ding Ding's expression changed. What happened to Gu Hai? Ah. Brother-in-law, are you okay? You fell asleep. Brother-in-law, why did you fall asleep? Wake up. Long Wanyu's expression changed as she shook Gu Hai continuously. However, no matter how hard she shook Gu Hai, she could not shake him. It's her zither music, she fainted the emperor. Bingheim suddenly looked at Taishang and said. The Grand Supreme smiled coldly, but he didn't care at all. Oh no, father, there's something wrong with Taishang's zither music. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Quick, stop Taishang. Suddenly, one of the officials exclaimed. Taishang, stop. Ding Ding, who was the host, shouted angrily. Buzz. Taishang gently stopped playing the zither and said calmly, what's wrong? You don't want me to play? Mr. Good, wake up. Ding Ding said anxiously. However, Gu Hai could not wake him up no matter how hard he tried. He fell asleep just like that. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu kept shaking Gu Hai, but she still could not wake Gu Hai up. He was still fast asleep. It's you, isn't it? You used Taishang's music to harm the emperor? Bingheim shouted angrily. In the outside world, Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong both narrowed their eyes. Taishang's long life voice. Dream of a long life? In the north, the great Qian dynasty's emperor suddenly spoke. Daqiansheng is very knowledgeable. Taishang said calmly. Sleeping immortal, dream of long life? Taishang's long life voice. Taishang is really generous. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. He used dream of long life on Gu Hai and made Gu Hai sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. Ha, Gu Hai can't interfere in the Thousand Sage Conference if he sleeps. The three holy lands are really unscrupulous. Emperor Kong also laughed coldly. Not far away, Bingheim's expression changed when she heard Daqiansheng mention dream of long life. You are afraid that the emperor will win first place, so you played this demonic music to frame him? Bingheim's expression changed. Sister Bingheim, do you know why brother-in-law fell asleep? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. Bingheim immediately told them about dream of long life. Despicable person, you framed my brother-in-law. Ding Ding, she framed my brother-in-law, banish her. Long Wanyu was furious. Framed? Who said that Taishang framed Gu Hai? Sleeping immortal, dream of long life? Taishang gave Gu Hai a great opportunity. If you don't believe me, you can ask Long Zhanghua. Tai Chu sneered. Long Zhanghua also said coldly from the north, what a great opportunity, to make Gu Hai sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. Tai Chu looked coldly at Long Zhanghua. Daqiansheng, the heavens gave Deqian the hosting of the Thousand Sage Conference so that Deqian could start the Thousand Sage Conference impartially and give everyone a chance to participate. Since the first round, Deqian has been helping Gu Hai cheat. You Deqian, do you have any fairness to speak of? Solar Divine Palace? You are talking to me about fairness? Long Zhanghua showed a look of disdain. Obviously, the sacred palace of Wendao had been taken over by the three holy lands. You three holy lands have the face to talk about fairness? Chapter 580. Sleeping Immortal, Long Life Dream. Taishang's Way to Immortality Dome. When others say that I don't say it, when I say goodbye, everyone says it. Gu Hai fell into a deep sleep. As he slept, this voice seemed to be constantly echoing in his mind. Listening to this voice, Gu Hai seemed to be powerless to resist. Even the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows did not resist. On the contrary, the black chess piece that was integrated into the heaven-suppressing divine seal, the black chess piece that brought Gu Hai to this Xianxia world, seemed to be stimulated and suddenly emitted a white light. Gu Hai felt that he was suddenly in the space of the past Earth. From space, he fell towards Earth. He was very fast, like a meteor crashing into the ground. Swish! 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 When Gu Hai turned into a meteor and fell to the ground, flying saucers suddenly appeared in all directions. Stop him! Extraterrestrial, catch him! Quick, don't let him escape! The flying saucers quickly chased after the falling Gu Hai, but Gu Hai's speed was too fast. In an instant, he passed through the clouds and went straight down. In the blink of an eye, he reached the ground, to a place where people were surging. Buzz! After falling to the ground, Gu Hai seemed to suddenly wake up. Look, that's the 8 trigrams pavilion. There's a fist mark on it. Do you see it? I heard that the divine dragon on the pillar wanted to escape, but it was imprinted with a fist by the immortals. Look, that's the 3 pure immortals, the 12 golden immortals. Have you seen the investiture of the gods? That's the 12 golden immortals. There's also Immortal Ci hang behind. Don't you know him? He's Guanyin Bodhisattva. There were a large number of people watching the show, explaining everything around them. Gu Hai looked around blankly. For a moment, it was as if he had forgotten his past and present life, and was in the midst of the chaos. Little Hai, come, take a picture with your mother. A woman beside him held Gu Hai's little hand and said with a smile. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He looked at his own little hands, which were the hands of a 4 or 5-year-old child. At this moment, they seemed to be Gu Hai's childhood. However, Gu Hai seemed to have forgotten everything. He had forgotten the Han dynasty, the divine continent, and the myriad sage assembly. Hurry up, little Hai, don't just stand there. The woman laughed. Mommy? Gu Hai's tender voice sounded a little sour as he called out. Her mother was right in front of her, but why did it feel like she hadn't seen her for many years? It felt like he hadn't seen her for a long time. Suddenly, he couldn't help but see his mother. What's wrong, little Hai? Why are you crying? Aren't we here to play in the Qingyang Palace? She should be happy. What's wrong? You want that doll? A small train? Robot? Mommy will buy some for you later. Don't cry. Come, don't cry. The woman comforted her gently. Mommy, woo woo woo. Gu Hai hugged the woman and cried for a long time. The more he cried, the sadder he became. This child, don't take pictures anymore, don't take pictures anymore. Come, don't cry. Mommy will buy you ice cream, okay? The woman waved her hand at the people who were helping to take pictures and kept comforting Gu Hai. Gu Hai couldn't stop crying. After crying for a long time, he finally felt better. The woman kept Gu Hai company. Little Hai is a man now. You can't cry all the time. We still have to walk around later. Don't cry. Come, Mommy will buy you ice cream, okay? The woman comforted. Okay. Gu Hai wiped his tears. The woman bought an ice cream for Gu Hai. Gu Hai ate the ice cream while holding his mother's hand and strolled around the Qingyang Palace. Mommy, what are these? Gu Hai looked at the many statues in the palace. These are the 3 pure ones. Look, this is the Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Jade Pure Ones. This is the Heavenly Lord of Spiritual Treasures of the Prime Pure Ones, the Tongtian sect master you saw on the investiture of the gods. Don't you remember? Also, this is the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue of the Grand Pure Ones, the Taishang the Elderly Lord you saw on Sun Wukong. The woman pointed to the statues of the 3 pure ones. This is the Elderly Lord Taishang. It doesn't look like him. Little Gu Hai scolded as he ate his ice cream. It doesn't look like him. How do you know? The woman chuckled. It doesn't look like him at all. He doesn't look like this on TV. Mommy, why is there a Taishang the Elderly Lord here? Little Gu Hai asked curiously. This is the Qingyang Palace. This is where Laozi used to explain the book of Taoism to Yi Shi. The woman smiled. Huh? Laozi used to tell stories to people here. Little Gu Hai licked his ice cream with curiosity. Huh? Lousy? Lousy used to tell stories to people here. Why don't I know about this? The woman was slightly taken aback. Doesn't Daddy always call himself lousy? What's lousy like? What's lousy like? Little Gu Hai was confused. The woman smiled bitterly. Don't listen to your daddy. That's profanity, so don't learn it. Lousy is profanity. Little Gu Hai was confused. Your daddy is profanity, but the real lousy is a person. He was a person in ancient times who was highly respected and very knowledgeable. Don't teachers teach children to be civilized and polite? Lousy is the most civilized and polite person. The woman chuckled. I'm going to be a person like Lousy in the future. Then I'll get a lot of little red flowers from kindergarten. Little Gu Hai immediately made up his mind. Yeah, Lousy got a lot of little red flowers from kindergarten. The woman was speechless. If Lousy is telling stories here, then what are they doing here? Little Gu Hai asked curiously. These are the 3 pure ones. Legend has it that Lousy transformed into the 3 pure ones with one breath and turned into these 3 people. The woman explained. Huh? Did a child spit out from a mouth? Did mommy spit me out from her mouth? Little Gu Hai was confused. The woman was speechless. A child's attention was short-lived. The woman continued to lead Gu Hai, who had forgotten about the 3 pure ones and only had half of his ice cream in his eyes. This is Ci Hangjinren, the Bodhisattva of Guan Yin. Do you know? The woman smiled. I know. It's on Sun Wukong and the white lady that Grandma likes to see. Little Gu Hai said with a smile. That's right, Little Gu Hai is the smartest. The woman smiled as she held Little Gu Hai's hand. Little Gu Hai ate his ice cream and looked at the crowd around him. Many tour guides were explaining everything in Qingyang Palace. Mommy, I saw an old grandpa just now. Little Gu Hai looked at the crowd in the distance and was slightly startled. What old grandpa? The woman was confused. It's the old grandpa sitting behind the glass frame in the second big house we just entered. Little Gu Hai said blankly. The old grandpa sitting behind the glass frame in the second big house. The woman was slightly startled. The second big house is the Hunyuan Palace. There's a statue of Lousy inside. You're seeing things. The woman smiled bitterly. It's really that old grandpa. He was smiling at me just now. It's real. Little Gu Hai held his ice cream and shouted anxiously. Okay, you saw it. Let's go. Let's continue playing. The woman smiled. Oh. Little Gu Hai nodded blankly. Little Hai, stay here for a while. Mommy is going to the toilet. Don't go anywhere. Mommy will be back soon. Who told you not to go with him? The woman arranged. Okay, don't worry, Mommy. Little Gu Hai ate his ice cream and nodded. The woman walked away immediately. Little Gu Hai licked the ice cream by himself. As he licked, he suddenly sensed someone walking over. It was an old man. It's you. Old Grandpa, I just told Mommy that I saw you. Mommy didn't believe me. That's great. You're here. Tell Mommy later. Little Gu Hai said excitedly. The old man appeared benevolent. However, he sighed softly as he looked at Gu Hai. You came. Sigh, perhaps it's too late. What? Old Grandpa, what did you say? Little Gu Hai was puzzled. What did you see just now? The old man asked. Me? I saw the 3 pure ones. Mommy said, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Lord of Tao and Virtue, Lord of Ling Bao, perfected Ci Hang, and Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Little Gu Hai said with great familiarity. The old man sat beside Gu Hai and looked at the passers-by. The passers-by did not seem to see the old man. They only saw a child talking to himself. They were slightly puzzled, but no one paid attention. Perfected Ci Hang. He died and turned into Guan Yin. He also died, leaving only a thought in the hearts of all living beings. The old man sighed slightly. Ah. Little Gu Hai ate his ice cream and did not understand. Back then, I preached to the world and let the people know the nature of the world. Confucius, Mozi, Zhuangzi, Han Fizi, Gigu, Shizi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus. Ha, 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 in the end, there is no good end to fighting with the heavens. If a man does not become an immortal, he will not be able to face the heavens. The old man sighed slightly. Become an immortal. Sun Wukong is an immortal. He can even fight immortals. I also know Tathagata Buddha. Wuji Mountain is very powerful. Little Gu Hai immediately retorted. Tathagata Buddha. Ha, they are not immortals. I'm not an immortal. Neither is Shakyamuni. Jesus, Confucius, and Mozi are not immortals. Even the new world we created with the three pure ones, Jia Yin, Zhuandi, Bodhi, and Jehovah are useless. If one does not become an immortal, one cannot face the heavens. Sigh, we have to start all over again. The heavens have taken away everything. The four arts, the power of literature. The founding of the empire. The power of providence. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everything has been taken away by the heavens. Everything is gone. The old man sighed slightly. What is the power of literature? What is the power of providence? Little Gu Hai was confused. The old man looked at Gu Hai. In the end, a wry smile appeared on his face. You came too late. Everything is over. In the age of doom, the heavens have taken away everything. All that is left for us is this cage. Earth? Ha ha ha, it's just a cage. The old man laughed with a hint of grief in his voice. Grandpa, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Little Gu Hai was confused. Many years ago, I explained the Book of Taoism to Yi Shi. Since you're here, I'll explain it to you as well. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Sigh, it's all too late. The old man sighed slightly. Chapter 581. Many years ago, I explained the Book of Taoism to Yi Shi. Since you're here, I'll explain it to you as well. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Sigh, it's all too late. The old man sighed. Can I get a little red flower from kindergarten? Little Gu Hai licked his ice cream. The old man smiled bitterly. Yes. All right, go ahead. Gu Hai licked his ice cream. The old man smiled faintly and extended his hand to tap little Gu Hai's glabella. Ding! The moment his fingertip came into contact with Gu Hai's forehead, little Gu Hai stopped eating his ice cream. Suddenly, a resonant voice rang out in his mind. The Tao that can be explained is not the Tao. The name that can be explained is not the name. The name that is unknown is the beginning of heaven and earth, the name that is the mother of all things. Therefore, there is often no desire to observe its wonders, but there is often desire to observe its mysteries. These two come from the same source but have different names. They are both mysterious, mysterious within mysterious, and the gate to all wonders. Each of the 81 chapters of the Book of Taoism seem to have been engraved into little Gu Hai's mind. It wasn't the meaning of the words, but rather an artistic conception. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. The ice cream in little Gu Hai's hand fell to the ground. The old man continued to teach little Gu Hai the Book of Taoism. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past the Qingyang Palace. Look, a UFO, that's a UFO. A tourist exclaimed. It's a UFO, did you take a picture? Quick, take a picture. I didn't, it flew away, it really is a UFO. So there really are aliens. It can't be military technology, right? Bullsh *T, that's a UFO. Instantly, the Qingyang Palace tourists let out cries of surprise. The old man pointed at little Gu Hai's forehead and narrowed his eyes at the UFO that had already left. Ha, UFO. Aliens? Everyone wants to communicate with aliens, but little do they know that in the eyes of these aliens, you're just pigs and sheep in a pen, lackeys of the heavens. Ravaging the common people. The old man looked at the flying saucer with a cold look in his eyes. Little Gu Hai naturally didn't know anything. He just stood there in a daze. He accepted the continuous explanation of the Tao Te Ching. Little Hai, where are you? Gu Hai's mother returned from the toilet. The surroundings were in a mess. All the tourists were shouting excitedly when they saw the flying saucer. They were all waving their arms and legs, constantly making calls and sending messages to spread the news. When Gu Hai's mother returned, she immediately saw Gu Hai standing there in a daze. She dropped the ice cream in her hand. Little Hai, what happened to you? Don't scare me, what's wrong with you? The woman was extremely anxious. It's okay. This kid might have been scared. There was a flying saucer just now. Someone comforted him. UFO? How could there be a flying saucer? The woman exclaimed. The woman turned a blind eye to the old man standing to the side. Or, it could be said that she did not see the old man at all. Who? Suddenly, another gust of wind blew over. Look, he's here again. Again? A flying saucer, take a picture. A flying saucer, that smooth thing is a flying saucer. Aliens, come down. The entire courtyard of Qingyang Palace was in an uproar. It was just a flash, and some people were not quite sure. Now, there was another flying saucer. This time, it was real. There was no engine, no propeller, nothing. It just floated in the air in a flat shape. If that was not a flying saucer, then what was it? Found signal source, in Qingyang Palace. A strange voice came from the flying saucer. Hum. All of a sudden, like a wave of light, it radiated in all directions, radiating to an infinite distance in the outside world. Whoosh. 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 Streams of light shot over from afar, faster and faster, more and more. It seemed that they would soon reach Qingyang Palace. So many flying saucers. Is this an alien invasion of Earth? Call the police. The surrounding tourists finally showed signs of panic. Hello, is this the police station? I want to call the police. Yes, call the police, I'm in Qingyang Palace. Yes, there are aliens here, come quickly. What? I made a false police report, and you want to investigate? It's real, aliens. Don't hang up. Hello, is this the police station? There are so many flying saucers here. Okay, why did you hang up on me? Aliens are invading Earth. Police, you're the crazy one, you're the one who came out of a mental hospital. The group of tourists was anxious. They called the police, but no one believed them. The flying saucers were densely packed from afar. The old man removed his finger from little Gu Hai's glabella and frowned slightly. You've been discovered. You can't reason with these dogs of the heavens. They've already lost their conscience, and are no longer the people they used to be. Heavenly soul. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless, treating the people as straw dogs. Little Gu Hai said. Little Hai, what did you say? Gu Hai's mother shouted. The old man laughed. You've been enlightened. Saints? They, the group of saints, have long become the dogs of the heavens. Naturally, they treat the people as straw dogs. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless, treating the people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, how many straw dogs are there? Empty but unyielding, move and come out. Words are limited, it's better to stay in the middle. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless, treating the people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, how many straw dogs are there? Empty but unyielding, move and come out. Words are limited, it's better to stay in the middle. Little Gu Hai recited in a daze. Little Hai, don't scare me. What did you say? What's wrong with you? Gu Hai's mother was very anxious. She didn't care about the flying saucers in the sky. Your little friend recited the Tao Te Ching, right? This is the 5th chapter of the Tao Te Ching. He recited it quite well. However, with so many flying saucers flying over at this time, this little friend still has the mood to recite the Tao Te Ching? A tourist beside her said in surprise. What Tao Te Ching? There isn't any. Gu Hai's mother said anxiously. Who? 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 The wind blew quickly, and the flying saucers surrounded the Qingyang Palace. The old man narrowed his eyes at the flying saucers in the sky. He took a deep breath and said, It's too late. They don't know what's wrong with you. We have to leave now. As he spoke, the old man raised his hand. Boom! Little Gu Hai instantly soared into the sky and flew into the sky. Little Hai! Gu Hai's mother shouted in surprise. However, little Gu Hai was already high in the sky. He flew higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the group of flying saucers. Quick, stop him. He's an alien. Quick. Catch him. Don't let him escape. A series of angry roars came from the flying saucers. The flying saucers flew over quickly. Boom! Little Gu Hai seemed to have turned into a meteor. He suddenly shot up into the sky and knocked away the flying saucers. Your son is flying. The tourist beside was completely shocked. Whoosh! Like a meteor, he rushed past the flying saucers and flew further into the sky. Quick, don't let him escape. Catch him. Go after him. Only a series of anxious voices came from the flying saucers. Then, the flying saucers quickly chased after Gu Hai. They were so fast that they reached the horizon in the blink of an eye. The entire Qingyang Palace was in an uproar. The flying saucers have flown away. Did they take a picture? Did they take a picture? Flying saucers, so many flying saucers. The tourists were exclaiming. At this moment, a series of sirens came from outside the Qingyang Palace. The entire Qingyang Palace was in an uproar from all directions. The old man stood in the middle of the crowd, but no one could see him. After watching little Gu Hai leave, the old man took a deep breath and said to the sky, It's too late. However, if you want to fight for it, try it. Remember, if you don't become an immortal, you can't face the heavens. Everything is based on the immortal dome. Find the immortal dome. Try it. Find the immortal dome. After saying that, the old man watched Gu Hai disappear into the sky and sighed slightly. Sigh. Gu Hai turned into a meteor and rushed into the sky, quickly breaking through the clouds. In a daze, Gu Hai opened his eyes and saw that there seemed to be several people standing on the clouds. Over there, don't let him escape. Quick, catch him. The figure on the clouds shouted, but in the blink of an eye, he was infinitely far away. The group of people could not catch up to him. Gu Hai felt that he had broken through the atmosphere and entered space. He was still flying quickly, like a meteor sliding down the sky and shuttling through the starry sky. Everything was extremely quiet. However, the old man's voice sounded in his mind. If you don't become an immortal, you can't face the heavens. Everything is based on the immortal dome. Try it. Try it. Find the immortal dome. The old man's voice reverberated in Gu Hai's mind. Little Gu Hai's figure seemed to be slowly growing bigger and bigger, slowly aging. However, he recovered very quickly. It was as if he was reliving the traces of time that he had experienced all these years. Slowly, Gu Hai seemed to recall the Divine Continent and the All Saints Conference. Qingyang Palace. That old man. Lao Tzu. Li Er. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai's speed was getting faster and faster. His face was full of shock. Slowly, Gu Hai seemed to have turned into a stream of light, turning into an extremely fast stream of light. It was so fast that it seemed to distort the void. Wang! Suddenly, Gu Hai disappeared into the starry sky. Huff! 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 At this moment, a large number of flying saucers suddenly flew over and stopped at the place where Gu Hai disappeared. It's here. The guest from the outer space is gone. A cold voice came from a flying saucer. Investigate thoroughly. What's going on? How could there be a guest from the outer space? Another flying saucer shouted angrily. Yes. The flying saucers immediately dispersed. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to hear another voice in his daze. It was the voice that entered his dream. Sleeping immortal, long life dream. Taishang's Tao connects to the immortal dome. When others say it, I don't say it. When I say goodbye, everyone says it. Gu Hai quivered and woke up in the arena of the All Saints Conference. Chapter 582. Sleeping Immortal, Long Life Dream. Taishang's Tao transcends immortality. When others tell me, I don't. When I say goodbye, everyone says goodbye. Startled, Gu Hai woke up in the 10,000 Sage Assembly's arena. He opened his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be light shining into his eyes. He's awake, he's awake. Brother-in-law is awake. Long Wanyu shouted excitedly. It's been 10 days and 10 nights. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Bingheim said excitedly. Mr. Good is awake. Look, Mr. Good is awake. He's really awake. This is great. What bullsh *T Wansho Taoism is. They framed Mr. Good. If not for His Holiness' benevolence, no one would be able to participate in the competition. The entire Tianjin city was in an uproar. Gu Hai opened his eyes in a daze. However, his mind was still replaying the scenes at the Qingyang Palace. Qingyang Palace. He had gone there with his mother to play when he was young. However, he didn't remember Li Er at that time. Li Er? The Tao Te Ching. Earth? UFO? Aliens? Earth is a cage. These scenes made Gu Hai feel strange. Was that a dream? But why was the dream so strange? Did he really return to Earth just now? Why didn't the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows resist? What's wrong with me? Gu Hai rubbed his head. Brother-in-law, you're finally awake. It would be bad if you didn't. Sima Changkong can't hold on any longer. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Gu Hai rubbed his head and looked toward the center of the square in a daze. He saw that a scroll had been unfurled above the head of the Most High Path's tycoon. When the scroll was unfurled, it was as if a huge pillar of light had pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was not the small light pillar of the recommendation talisman, but a super-huge light pillar that connected the 9 heavens and the 9 abysses. A black and white transparent pillar of light enveloped the Most High Path's prodigy. The holy light enveloped her, making her beautiful appearance even more dazzling. Giant tentacles seemed to emerge from the transparent light pillar. Each tentacle was like a long whip that reached the heavens. They lashed out in all directions, reaching the heavens and penetrating the earth. They were like a huge net in full bloom, stirring up the void and shaking it slightly. Above each tentacle, there seemed to be the sound of chanting scriptures. It was as though each tentacle was a scripture. Boundless righteous energy spewed out. The entire heavenly Yin city, and even the 33 cities of the heavenly courts, were enveloped in this boundless righteous energy. That's the Taisheng scripture. Bingheim pointed at the scroll above Taisheng Dao Zhi's head. Opposite Taisheng Dao Zhi was Sima Changkong. There were 3 light pillars around Sima Changkong. One was red, one was green, and one was yellow. However, these 3 pillars of light were much weaker than the pillar of light from the Taisheng Sutra. There were tentacles on the 3 pillars of light, but most of them had withered and drooped down. There were only a few left that were struggling at death's door. Within each of the 3 light pillars, there was a scroll. Mr. Sima's 3 scriptures are the Yellow Spring Spell Annihilation Scripture, Clear Sky Scripture, and Blood River Scripture. Of them, the Clear Sky Scripture is the Blue Law of the Great Path. It was obtained in the Great Metropolis. However, after it was torn in half by Ram Saint, its power was greatly weakened. It was only left with the power of a quasi-saint scripture. The Blood River Scripture is a saint scripture, but it's much weaker than the Taisheng Scripture. The entire Blood River Scripture and the Clear Sky Scripture kept comparing with the Taisheng Scripture. Their rules clashed, and they were almost completely destroyed. Only then did they manage to obtain 3 recommendation talismans. Only 3. Now, the Yellow Spring Spell Annihilation Scripture has destroyed a few sections of it, but we still can't make any progress. Bingheim said bitterly. Brother-in-law, hurry up and teach him a lesson. The Guqin Dao recommendation talismans and Painting Dao recommendation talismans have all been taken by them. Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. Gu Hai rubbed his head and became a little more awake. Mr. Good, you're awake. Ram Saint immediately called out anxiously. Gu Hai stood up and looked around in a daze. All around him, there were shouts of his name coming from all directions. For the Deqian citizens, these 10 days and nights could be said to be a nightmare. Previously, when Gu Hai had obtained the recommendation talismans so easily, the citizens were only happy and did not think much of it. However, in these 10 days, the citizens finally realized how much they needed Gu Hai. The 3 Holy Lands and the Deqian Celestial Empire were competing. Gu Hai was the hall master of the Deqian Celestial Empire's first-class hall. Naturally, he represented the Deqian Celestial Empire and himself. In the first round of the competition, they did not think much of it. However, in the second round, the competition was basically the home ground of the 3 Holy Lands. Each of the 3 Holy Lands was in existence on the same level as the Deqian Celestial Empire. Moreover, the 3 Holy Lands had existed for tens of thousands of years. Their accumulation could be said to be extremely terrifying. Guqin Dao, Painting Dao. The Tai Chu, Taisheng, and the future. Any one of these 3 people's past works or works from their previous lives would shock the world and dazzle the world. Although the Deqian Celestial Empire was not weaker than the 3 Holy Lands, in terms of accumulation, it was still lacking. Sima Changkong had already done his best. Many people could see that Sima Changkong's ability was stronger than most of the previous competitors in the first round. Moreover, he had the items collected by the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, he still could not be compared to the 3 Holy Lands. Ever since Gu Hai fell into a deep sleep, they watched as Sima Changkong lost again and again. Sima Changkong was Gu Hai's assistant. Naturally, he also represented the Deqian Celestial Empire and the people. They watched as their own people lost again and again. How could the people not be anxious? At the same time, the people were extremely insulting towards Taishang. The three holy lands were so shameless. They could not win against Gu Hai, but they knocked him out. If His Holiness had not allowed them to pursue the matter, the people would have immediately chased them away. This was too much. This was cheating. These 10 days and 10 nights. Who could bear to be bullied for 10 days and 10 nights? Only when they were bullied did they realize how precious Gu Hai was. Only then did they realize how important Gu Hai was. Previously, in the first round of the competition, Gu Hai had won countless recommendation talismans by angering the saints to death. Most of the people were happy, but in the end, some people did not think so. They thought that Gu Hai had used underhanded methods and had no integrity. But now, in the eyes of the people, what was integrity? What was the use of integrity? Could it be eaten? Mr. Good, wake up. Countless people stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shuddered. The moment he woke up, countless people naturally cheered. Although they knew that the Taishang Sutra was powerful, its power had already broken through the sky. However, Mr. Good's previous success had given the people a lot of hope. At that moment, Mr. Good woke up. Almost everyone cheered. He's awake. It's too late. That's the Taishang Sutra. 10 days and 10 nights. There's no more chance. In the crowd, Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai can only fight for the art path and the Guqin path. Unfortunately, everything is over. Only the calligraphy path is left. Calligraphy path. How can the sacred path scriptures in the world compare to the three holy lands? Emperor Qing also narrowed his eyes. Due north, where Daqiancheng was. He's finally awake. Bai Mingshou took a deep breath. But, Father, the Guqin path and the art path have no more chances. Only the calligraphy path is left. Now, only 5 columns of the Taishang Sutra have been revealed, and it has already defeated the Clear Sky Sutra and the Blood River Sutra. Although the Netherworld Law Destruction Sutra is powerful, its effect may not be too good. Takashi Ryushin frowned. Third Prince, you flatter me. The Netherworld Law Destruction Sutra still needs to be improved. The Taishang Sutra has been passed down since ancient times. It needs to be improved and strengthened continuously. Maybe my Netherworld Law Destruction Sutra will follow in the footsteps of the Clear Sky Sutra. Sima Zongheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although Sima Zongheng was proud of the Netherworld Law Destruction Sutra, he did not dare to compare it with the Taishang Sutra. No wonder old man Guanqi did not dare to touch the sacred path scriptures 1,000 years ago. He only took the Guqin path, the chess path, and the painting path. The calligraphy path was not prepared. An official at the side said with an ugly expression. Although that Gu Hai can write good works like Bringing in the Wine and Great Compassion Mantra, those are just poems and songs. They are just minor daos in the Tao of calligraphy. In the Tao of calligraphy, scriptures are the major daos, but... Another official said bitterly. Gu Hai is awake. It's too late. Takashi Ryushin sighed slightly. What are you worried about? The competition is not over yet. Daqiancheng said in a low voice. Don't talk too much. This time, Gu Hai will definitely enter the sacred hall of literary path. Have you forgotten? Bai Mingshou said lightly. Huh? The surrounding officials were slightly stunned. Then, they suddenly thought of the Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu had said it herself. Gu Hai could enter. But, in the current situation, could he enter? Could Gu Hai turn the tide? Gu Hai can write a sutra that is not inferior to the Taishang Sutra. Takashi Ryushin squinted his eyes. Why do you think His Holiness would allow His Holiness to continue when His Holiness acted so presumptuously in front of him? The 10,000 sage assembly had to continue. Gu Hai would definitely be able to enter the Wen Dao Holy Hall. That was why His Majesty allowed the Grand High Path's powerhouse to knock Gu Hai unconscious. Otherwise, even if the three of them came from the three holy lands, His Holiness could make them all stay. Even if we start a war with the three holy lands, De Qian's prestige cannot be violated. Bai Mingshou said coldly. Yes. The worried officials answered immediately. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty stared at the scene. Although he trusted Long Wanyu's prediction, he was still a little worried at this moment. Could Gu Hai create any more miracles? On the field, Tai Chu, Tai Shang, and Daoist giants all saw Gu Hai waking up. It has been 10 days and 10 nights. The painting Dao and Guqin Dao have ended. What's the point of waking up? Tai Chu sneered. At this moment, the sages all mocked Gu Hai. What's the point of waking up? Ha 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 ha. What's the situation now? Gu Hai took a deep breath and slowly woke up. Your Majesty, you have slept for 10 days and 10 nights. The painting Dao and Guqin Dao have ended. Unfortunately, the recommendation talismans were taken away by the three holy lands. The saints also gave the recommendation talismans to the three holy lands. Just 2 days ago, the future Buddha and Tai Chu even gave all the recommendation talismans to Tai Shang. Bingheim said with a bitter smile. Tai Chu and the future Buddha gave up on the competition. Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes, they recommended Tai Shang to enter the sacred temple of Wen Dao. Including the 100 people who stayed in the first round, 90 of them were disciples of the three holy lands. Therefore, 10 independent cultivators have 10 recommendation talismans. Your Majesty, you have 3,403 recommendation talismans. Tai Shang has 6,587 recommendation talismans. Bingheim said bitterly. Mr. Gu, according to His Majesty's orders, I've bought you 10 days of time. As of now, I'm already powerless. Please help me, Mr. Gu. Sima Changkong's face was haggard as he smiled bitterly. Chapter 583. Mr. Gu, according to His Majesty's orders, I've bought you 10 days of time. As of now, I'm already powerless. Please help me, Mr. Gu. Sima Changkong's face was haggard as he smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked up at the Taishang Daoist prodigy. The Taishang Sutra's black and white Dao seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. Its vast power covered the 33 cities of the heavenly court. The rules of the sutra were like a huge net that covered everything. The Taishang Sutra's voice sounded. It was grand, majestic, as if it was telling the truth of the heavens and the earth. Just the power of the voice was more oppressive than the 10,000 sages in the sky. Your Majesty, be careful. This is a competition. With Deki Enching here, the Taishang Daoist prodigy didn't dare to be presumptuous. Actually, the Taishang Sutra is still in a contracted state. Once it is spread out, it's a whole world. Its power is unparalleled. Bingheim said softly. Gu Hai closed his eyes and listened carefully. Finally, he sighed and smiled bitterly. It's really similar. The three pure ones against the three pure ones. The three pure ones against the three pure ones. The Taishang against the Taishang. This whole world is similar. Gu Hai sighed and fell silent. There were the three pure ones on earth, and now there were also in this world. It wasn't a legend on earth, but it was still possible to understand some things. Take the Taishang Sutra for example. If it were before, Gu Hai would not have understood it. However, during the 10 days and nights in that dream, Li Er explained the Taoist classic to him. It was very similar, very similar. However, it was not as good as the Taoist classic. With Gu Hai's current understanding of the Tao Te Ching, Gu Hai could see that the Taishang Sutra had the embryonic form of the Tao Te Ching. However, it wasn't as complete as the Tao Te Ching. It just seemed to be slowly approaching the Tao Te Ching. Laozi said that all of Earth's Wen Dao laws had been taken away by the heavens. It was no wonder that the bringing in the wine, the great compassion mantra, the way of chivalry, and even the Tao Te Ching that he had written in the past did not have any meteorological effect on Earth, but in this world, they displayed boundless power. The law of Wen Dao still existed. Was his dream real? Gu Hai hesitated for a moment, but he still took a step forward. Brother-in-law, be careful. That woman is not a good person. Long Wanyu said anxiously. The future Buddha put his palms together. He did not utter a single word. Tai Chu sneered as he looked at Gu Hai. Then, he sneered at the Most High Path's giant. Father, why did we give her the talisman of recommendation? Yi Hua asked in dissatisfaction. In order to target the Deqian Celestial Empire, there was no need to give the recommendation talisman to Taishang. She was not completely Taishang yet. The Taishang scripture is powerful, but our Taichu scripture isn't weak either. Why would he help her? She should have helped us. A six-winged angel at the side whispered, Second young master, by doing this, Allah is diverting the hatred of the Deqian. Huh? Yi Hua was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Daiqiansheng. In an instant, Yi Hua understood. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty cared too much about the Thousand Saints Conference this time. Now that the three holy lands had disrupted the emperor's plans, it was natural that the emperor of the great Qian dynasty would bear a grudge and even take revenge. Now, they had transferred this revenge to the Most High Path's tycoon. Not only did they stop Daiqiansheng from meddling with the Wen Dao Holy Temple, but they also transferred this hatred to Taishang. Why not? Yes, I have misunderstood you, father. Yi Hua immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, it wasn't like his father hadn't been to the Wen Dao Holy Temple before. There was no need to attract the hatred of Long Zhanggua just because he couldn't enter once. When Gu Hai looked at the Taishang scripture, Taishang also looked at Gu Hai and revealed a cold smile. You only woke up at this time. What else can you do? Gu Hai, what do you think of my Taishang scripture? Taishang said calmly. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said worriedly. Great Bell and Great Liu, refreshing the mind. Taishang forgets himself. Has no desires. Combines strength and gentleness. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. Oh. Zhu Zi of the Taishang path raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little confused as to why Gu Hai praised the Taishang scriptures so much. The citizens, who were waiting for Gu Hai, were also anxious. Just as everyone was anxious, Gu Hai added, it's a pity that it has many flaws and is extremely crude. What? The expressions of the people around changed, and they were immediately shocked. Many of them were excited by Gu Hai's criticism of the Taishang scripture. However, they didn't believe that the Taishang scripture, which had been passed down since ancient times, would have many flaws. Extremely crude. Mr. Good? Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Although he wanted to ask Gu Hai for help, he didn't expect Gu Hai to criticize the Taishang scripture so thoroughly. Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong were disdainful. They didn't believe Gu Hai. The Taishang scripture was one of the treasures of Wanshou Taoism. How could he say that it had many flaws and was extremely crude? How was that possible? Inside a restaurant in the distance, Lord Tang, who had saved Qi Sha's life, narrowed his eyes. Lord Tang, do you think Gu Hai is crazy? He just woke up and he's talking nonsense. A subordinate laughed. However, Lord Tang shook his head. No, the old man smiled just now. That is his signature smile. He only smiles when he is extremely disdainful about something. He only smiles when he is most confident. He's very confident. But why? Huh? Lord Tang, what did you say? The subordinate beside him asked curiously. Nothing. Don't talk. Keep watching. Lord Tang said in a low voice. Yes. In the center of the square. Many flaws and extremely crude. So what if it's the De Qian scripture of the Holy Path? Clear Sky scripture. Blood River scripture. Netherworld Law Destruction scripture. I don't see anything powerful about it. In front of the Juzi's Taisheng scripture, it's so weak that it can't even withstand a single blow. A disciple of the Taisheng sect sneered. Gu Hai smiled. Suddenly, he bowed slightly to the Taisheng sect Juzi. Huh? The surroundings fell silent. No one knew what was going on. Gu Hai had just insulted the Taisheng scripture, but now he suddenly bowed to the Taisheng sect Juzi. Why? Was he schizophrenic? Thank you for your Taisheng sect Juzi's longevity sound. I benefited a lot from it, Gu Hai said solemnly. Huh? The Taisheng sect Juzi squinted his eyes. The surrounding people were also stunned. Because of the Taisheng longevity sound, you slept for 10 days and 10 nights and missed so many competitions. Why are you thanking him? However, what I said just now was not to slander the Taisheng scripture. What I said was the truth. Your Taisheng scripture has some flaws. Don't be arrogant. Gu Hai said solemnly. How dare you? Nonsense. Gu Hai, how dare you slander the Taisheng scripture? Before the Taisheng sect Juzi's disciples could argue, the sages in the sky started scolding. This Gu Hai was too arrogant. Did he think that they couldn't tell that he was mocking the Taisheng sect Juzi? Everyone thought that Gu Hai was mocking the Taisheng sect Juzi, but they didn't know that Gu Hai was telling the truth. Especially in the dream that lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, Gu Hai seemed to have understood countless things in an instant. He told them with good intentions, but no one believed him. If you think that my Taisheng scripture is too crude and can't withstand a single blow, why don't you write a copy? Or tell me, how is it crude? The Taisheng sect Juzi said coldly. Mr. Good. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in shock. Was Gu Hai being too arrogant? Since you want to know, there's no harm. I'll write it down. Try to read it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai was grateful to the Taisheng sect Juzi, but he didn't mean to discourage her. Moreover, he had just understood the Tao Te Ching, so it was fine to write it down. In fact, Gu Hai wanted to enter the sacred temple of Wen Dao at this moment. He wanted to investigate if he could find the heavenly soul of his wife, Qin Xian. He had to defeat the Taisheng sect Juzi first. However, Gu Hai's words didn't sound right to the ears of countless people. What did he mean by, "You've written it down"? How powerful can you be if you've written it down? Can you be compared to the Taisheng sect Juzi? He had perfected it over countless years. Can you do it on the spot? He didn't care about the doubts of countless people. Ram Saint still took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He looked at Gu Hai strangely. Mr. Good, please. Ram Saint said with a wry smile. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Master Ram. Ram Saint nodded with a wry smile and stepped aside. Brother-in-law, write it down quickly. Write it down. Long Wanyu was the first to support Gu Hai and shouted. The people around them smiled bitterly. After all, Long Wanyu didn't understand how difficult it was to write the Book of the Sage. It was almost impossible to surpass the Taisheng sect Juzi. Bingheim, I don't have the artistic conception of calligraphy. You write it for me. I say, you write it. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. Ah. Me? Your Majesty, I'm mediocre in calligraphy. Bingheim said anxiously. The people around them also looked at Gu Hai strangely. No one believed that Gu Hai didn't have the artistic conception of calligraphy. However, why didn't Gu Hai write it himself and let Bingheim do it? He was trying to show off. Who asked you to show off? Let's see how you embarrass yourself later. Humph. Yihua said with disdain. Write it. Listen to me. Gu Hai shook his head. All right. Bing Ji was in a dilemma as she blankly grabbed the brush. The title of the book is The Book of Tao. Gu Hai said. Bingheim put the brush down slowly. The Book of Tao. As soon as the 3 words came out, the tip of the brush seemed to emit a purple aura. Purple aura? Many people were curious. Gu Hai continued to read while Bingheim wrote with the brush. Tao can be said, it is not an ordinary Tao. Names can be named, it is not an ordinary name. The unknown beginning of heaven and earth. The mother of all things. Therefore, there is often no desire to observe its wonders, but there is often desire to observe its mysteries. The two are the same, but they have different names. They are both called mysteries. Mysteries within mysteries, the gate of all mysteries. The Book of Tao was written slowly. As the first chapter was written, the purple aura at the tip of the brush shot up to the sky. It was as if heaven and earth were responding to the text. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky above Dongfang. In the thunder, purple aura appeared out of nowhere in all directions of the righteous aura. The purple aura covered the sky and earth. It was endless and mighty. It came rolling in from Dongfang, as if it brought with it the image of heaven and earth. Purple aura 30,000 miles from the east. Sima Changkong looked at the purple aura coming from Dongfang in shock. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.